Hello and welcome to day 2 of the second virtual Superfriend celebration. We have got amazing programming for you today. Let me just pull up our schedule and show you what all is on the menu. This is the first third of our day, and I hope you're all excited. I am. And today also happens to be Superman Day, so that's quite fitting. Happy Superman Day. Coming up right now, we're going to talk about memoirs from Under the Yellow Sun with Donnie Callahan, Kevin Caliber, Matt Wacker, and host Charlie Sofer of DJC Productions. So I have Donnie Callahan and Matt Wacker on the line right now. Charlie and Kevin are going to be joining us shortly. So I'm going to bring Donnie and Matt in right away and just get things started. And then I'll turn things over to Charlie and Kevin as soon as they join us. So first off, the man, Donnie. Welcome, Donnie.
How's it going, guys? Yeah. How are you doing, everybody? Happy Superman Day.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, no, I'm very happy and excited to be part of this celebration. It's such a wonderful group of people, and couldn't have been more happy to join for this special day.
This is a good way to start too, with like the world's finest. What more can you ask for?
Absolutely. Why not? Right? Yeah, it definitely unites everybody, and for sure, yeah, we got a lot of good things to talk about with Memoirs Under the Yellow Sun. I'll tell you guys, it is really exciting. Definitely can't wait to share.
I'm looking forward to some spoilers. First film was great. So I'm going to bring in one half of the world's finest, Matt Wacker. Welcome, Matt.
Hi, how we doing?
Hey.
Good. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. It's a great day on several different fronts. Obviously, Superman Day, but notice the hat. I'm celebrating Indiana Jones' 40th anniversary, and of course, pleasure to be here to talk to the audience about the upcoming fan film.
And there have been some Indiana Jones shots, behind the scenes shots I've seen lately, right? So that's exciting.
I saw that. I'm like geeking out over on this. It's like, oh my gosh, my mom and my sister were talking about it. It's like, yes, finally another Indiana Jones.
Yes, it's gonna be fun.
And Harrison Ford like reached a certain age and just stopped aging. So
right. But I mean, like he's still, in really good shape for what he's doing.
Oh yeah,
I know.
Yeah.
He is timeless. And I see Charlie and Kevin have joined us. So I'm going to bring Charlie in and turn it over to him because he is your host. So welcome, Charlie.
Welcome. Hi, everybody. Can you all see me?
Yes. I can see you loud and clear.
All right. I gave myself a little bit of a background today. So
I love it. It looks really good.
Wait for Kevin to come in here.
Yes, I am going to drop myself off and bring Kevin in. So, again, thank you all for being here and have a great panel. I'll be in the background pulling the strings like a puppeteer.
Thanks, Kelly.
You're welcome. Awesome.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks.
And us, rather. All right. There he is.
There we go.
What's going on, boy?
How we doing?
Doing well.
Okay.
How are you?
I miss Kelly, but Kelly, thanks for having us. Good intro. So now that she's gone away, I can't say that to her, but I know she's listening.
Yep, Kelly is definitely listening, and Kelly, we appreciate it so very much. I just want to make sure before we begin, can all three of you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yes, sir. We got you.
All righty. So everyone, thank you so much for joining us, and welcome to the Superman World's Finest panel. We are going to be talking with Kevin Caliber, Superman and Clark Kent. We are going to be talking with Matt Wacker, Bruce Wayne and Batman. And we are going to be talking with Donnie Callahan, the man, the mighty, our producer, writer, director, our head honcho, and the brainchild of everything. So thank you, everyone, for joining us. I am Charlie Sofer, your host. Private Don, costume designer, and also a contributor to the series. Before we begin, I'm going to have everyone introduce themselves and talk a little bit about what they do for the show and what they've done for Superman so far. So we'll start with Kevin, then Matt, then Donnie. Go ahead.
Hey guys, I am Kevin Caliber, and in the Superman universe, I play Superman and Clark Kent. We started this several years ago whenever I had originally met Donnie on the set of another film, and we were talking about I was the original Superman in the Supergirl TV series whenever it was on CBS. Some people call me the Superman silhouette. I like to call myself the original Superman, but you could refer to me as either. And we've been working on these for 5 years now, and it's something we're super proud of that we're going to continue to make. So, yeah.
Heck yeah.
Go ahead, Matt.
My turn. Okay, yeah, Matt Wacker. Recently joined this outfit. Had a lot of fun. Play, of course, Bruce Wayne, Batman. Strong affinity, obviously, for the DC universe, Superman and Batman especially. And I was very pleased to be asked to join this. And just happy to be here for this virtual Superfriend celebration. Obviously, around this time, going to Metropolis almost every year, it seemed, before the pandemic, for a number of years. Very thankful that we're still able to connect this way and be able to talk about projects like this.
All right. Oh, have a little bit of feedback here.
Oh no, sorry. The printer's going off. We're just printed a few things. Office is live and well. So.
Oh, hey, we know about life at an office or a newspaper office, so to speak. We all definitely do.
Absolutely. How can you?
Donnie, go ahead if you could still talk.
Yeah. No. Yeah. So
give yourself an intro.
All right. So, hey guys, my name is Donald Callahan here. I'm a independent filmmaker and photographer here in the St. Louis area. And Superman World War was something that we kind of started off back in, 2017 or 18. And me and my father, Jeff Callahan, co-producer and writer, kind of sought out to do a story that entailed not only telling a Superman story, but also what does it entail for a hero to be. And we incorporated with my grandfather as a photographer, and you got Carrie Miller, who played Lois Lane as the Rosie the Riveter, and then you got Adolf Hitler, who was kind of the thinking what is the ideal of Superman. So, but working in this whole production was like the best experience that I've ever had, and having Kevin on board was super amazing, and I could have been more thankful to have him on my side on not just having to direct him, but also discuss about the writing process and also how to produce a little bit better, because it was my first time doing a feature, which it's bearing, and you kind of get nervous when you go into that. But overall, I think the film speaks for itself after we just recently hit 10 million views, which is astounding, and couldn't have done it without everybody. So, but now that we got Memoirs from Under the Yellow Sun under our way, which we'll be discussing over, and especially now we have the world's finest literally right here with Matt Wacker as Batman and Superman, Kevin Caliber. Just be able to shoot with these guys is, it's really driving me into such a superhero experience that I never thought it would happen.
Yeah, very well said. And you answered my next question ahead of time. This ties in perfectly from our original movie, Superman World War, and the continuation is going into a miniseries called Memoirs from Under a Yellow Sun, essentially our middle chapter, correct?
Yes, that is correct. Basically,
and we are. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, yeah. Memoirs from Under the Yellow Sun. Of course, we mentioned the miniseries being a continuation. There's a lot of great things involved with this show. Of course, there is some new characters that we're going to introduce in the series, and also our big main villain, which I am happy to say that Brainiac will be part of that series, as kind of the whole globe of what it will be about, but also too, there's some little ties in with some other JL members that will be contributing to it. As we know, Batman here will be joining with Superman to tackle Brainiac. And of course, too, there are, a lot of other little things from Superman World War that kind of trickle through the episodes that will lead up to our next big feature after this, which would be Superman Legacy.
Cool. And with that being said, let's get into Memoirs from Under a Yellow Sun, and we'll talk with Kevin and Matt, and we'll see if they can give us a small little peek at what their role is with this miniseries. So we're going to begin with the same 3 or 4 questions for each, and we're just going to have them go through. With enough time given some room left for Donnie to talk more towards the end of the panel, we're going to try to fit in about maybe 10 or so minutes worth of audience questions. So I'll let you know when you can start putting those in, and Kelly and I will see what we can get answered for you, given when Batman has to go leave and do his billionaire business. So, all right, starting off the first question. What is your role and how has it impacted you thus far? Kevin?
No, I'm gonna let Matt take this one. He's the new guy, so let him tell us what he's doing here.
All right,
everybody already knows what I am, but I'll explain mine later. But we all know who I am.
Okay, go ahead, Matt.
Make the new guy go first. I see. But yeah, as Batman, Bruce Wayne, obviously entering this realm, it's another interesting take on that dynamic between Clark Kent, Superman, and Batman, Bruce Wayne, coming in with some information using the Batman ideology, obviously being very tactical, very prepared and intelligent. He's there to offer up something that maybe Superman isn't really aware of, and still that feeling out process, because being introduced into this series, it's you don't really know these 2 characters don't really know each other, so but they have to work together. There's an understanding there, so it's a very unique dynamic that everyone has come up with, Donnie and Kevin, Charlie, obviously, and I'm just happy to be a part of that.
Definitely, and we're happy to have you, and especially with a first being, I think, in the Max Fleischer universe, seeing Bruce Wayne brought to that alliteration to what we think it would be. That Absolutely. Is very challenging, and I think that challenge has been met, most definitely by you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, and that jaw doesn't carry you the whole way at all. Definitely not. Just kidding. Anyway, we love you, Matt. Thank you so much for being with us. Sure. Kevin, go ahead and give us a rundown of your role and how has it impacted you.
Yeah, so obviously in the world, I do play Superman and Clark Kent. It was great to have Matt on set with us, as he's a great addition to the team, as just being able to bring in, of course, Batman and Superman into the same realm, and then bring it to life. There's so many ways that you could go with that, and I really like the dynamic that Donnie and Charlie have come up with for us to kind of bring that to life. And like I said, having Matt part of it is a great team. He's it's kind of cool because I love his take on the costume, which everybody will see soon enough, and it's pretty fun that as we're doing this, as Charlie said in the intro, our universe started off in the 40s, and then we're doing the miniseries going through the decades. So it's really fun as we get to kind of evolve as characters, both us personal characters as well as the characters themselves. These are characters that have been obviously portrayed many times before, and it's just a pleasure to be able to do that. So I'm not limited to one era of the Superman, which is a whole lot of fun. As we're going to roll through the decades, you're going to be able to see a little bit of everyone as we're using the Max Fleischer version, and we're kind of evolving from there. So it's a lot of fun. So we get to see the new costume implements and all that go through, and it's it's really exciting to see it be able to kind of evolve. So I'm not locked into just one brand of Superman, but we get to kind of create our own, and really going forward, we'll really be able to, make it grow even more.
Definitely. And I think the original take, and as we like to say, the test from a Midwest boy truly makes this a Superman experience worth it. And we thank you.
Truly. Yeah.
Yeah. It takes someone from the Midwest to know a Midwest character, right?
Makes sense.
All right. Yeah. All right. And so let's get into another round of questions. For both of you, I'm going to ask, do you prefer your alter ego or do you prefer your superhero persona? And following that, what is your best moment on set? So Kevin and then Matt, go ahead.
It's hard to argue with the superhero persona. Anytime you get to be Superman is unreal. We like to think that we all have a little bit of Superman in us, and it's not so much alter ego, but instead of varying degrees. But there's something about playing Clark that I really do enjoy. That was something that I didn't get the opportunity to do before. So with it, it's just so much fun. And being on set, we've been doing this for years now, and so there's these amazing moments, and it's just that it's compiled up to be so much. And it's great that it's something that we film, because there's so many times where you have these cool moments and things that you do, or having the opportunity to do the Superman celebration a couple of years ago and just walk the streets of Metropolis in and out of the Superman, behind the shield, and just there's something about being able to take that all in as a fan experience, as well as being a central character. It's just they all add up to just so there's so much of that, and it's just such a, for lack of a better word, it's just such a super feeling. It really does make you feel powerful, like you could do anything. But to boil it down to one point that was probably my favorite is try to get emotional or make Donnie emotional, but Donnie developed this with his father, and he's somebody that is going to live on in it forever, as just the mind and the spirit behind it. And from day one that I showed up to St. Louis, and Jeff was the one that picked me up from the airport and actually shuttled me around, and just his genuine excitement as he had the costume in the back of his car, and he's just and he's telling me, and his father also loved the music, so he wrote the song for the original Superman World War. And he's like, as we're driving, he's just, all this excitement is pouring out of him as he's had this year of ideas and this, and he's singing me the song, and he's telling me, what we could do later. And then there was the very first time being truly on set, because the first thing that I did, I was Clark the first time, which again is great. I absolutely love Clark. And Jeff Callahan was also our costume department, and so he's the one that I dressed in. Everything was true to form, but nothing beat the first time actually putting fully on the amazing costume that you guys create. And I walked out and just seeing the cast. Of course, Lois Lane being, Carrie, and then Charlie, of course, and being the focal, but just look at everybody around, and it's like that moment. It's like, this is real. Like, we're really doing this, and we all wear Superman. It's like I got one brand of a shirt. We've all worn it in some way or another. But for that being the first moment that it was ever that, like, we're on set, there's cameras, we have a story, we have a script, we have all the actors here, lights, camera, action, like, let's do this. And that to me is just it hits a different way. And I've said this so many times, that there's something too about doing it in the Midwest with the people that they are just fans and passion, and it's just that's what it was about. And that moment was just one of those like perfect moments that will be sealed in my memory bank forever. Is one of those just happy, proud moments that you can't undo. So that to me was that was it.
That I remember that moment very, very fondly. As you went down the stairs, I got you zipped up. You went down, and I didn't see the reaction, but I heard everything, and it was beautiful. I heard it was they were roaring and praising you and clapping and yelling all at the same time. It was beautiful, and I just heard nothing but joy. So
Yeah,
that
I
was a
think
very good moment. I'm glad you got that.
yeah, I think literally when he walked in with that suit, like I literally was in so much awe that I dropped my script book, and like literally the kid in me like screamed and cried. That is Superman.
There you go.
And he just comes up to me and hugs me, and I'm like, "Oh my god, this is real life." Yeah, I mean, it's
I'm
such
real.
natural. Yeah, he's real. It literally brought the childhood back to me, and it's just like, this is real life. This is real life. This is happening. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Well, congratulations, Donnie Callahan. You have officially recreated your childhood.
No kidding, right?
Yeah. All right. Well, speaking of childhood, let's move to the fun, cool part when it's after dinner time and you still get to stay up for a few hours. Matt Wacker. So, Bruce Wayne or Batman, and share us with us your favorite moment on set.
Sure. Well, and just to, put a pretty bow on what Kevin said, I mean, obviously my experience with you all is limited, but as a fan and having seen the fan film, The Superman World War, I can see obviously the passion that was put into that project, the love that came out of it. It's very apparent. So again, job well done to all of you on that. That was amazing. But as far as my involvement goes, and being in this first episode of this new series, I mean, it's kind of like what Kevin said. It's hard to argue being that superhero persona. I would say that I think a lot of people want to be Batman, and I was thankful to have that opportunity. For me, it's like the meme goes, dress for the job you want, so you dress up as Batman, that's the job you want. So to me, that was a really awesome chance to be able to do that and to do it for a project like this. And I'd have to say that my favorite moment on set was just the both of us being in those characters and having that exchange for the first time, having that dynamic and doing it in a way that's unique to this particular storyline. I will say that it was a little hot for me because the costume can be a little suffocating, but in the end, it's worth it. It's and I much like everyone else, I'm excited to see how it turns out.
Now, that being said, possible sneak peek here. Can you or can you not say if meeting Superman for the first time was outside at night?
I mean, can I say that? I don't know. I think I can. I think that might have happened.
Yeah. So you guys met outside at night for the first time. That's very interesting.
I think, it was a beautiful experience just to see, on some rooftop, I would say.
Oh, it was a rooftop. No way. Okay. We have ourselves a spoiler. Batman and Superman in our series meet for the first time on a roof at night.
I mean, like from just like a third-person experience, I couldn't say what they were talking about, but there was some interaction going on.
Oh yeah, I wasn't there. My ears shut off. They went home. So sorry. All right, let's go to another question before we take some audience questions. And I thought we'd make this one personal for our third one. So for Kevin and Matt, for your personal favorite Superman in the comics and then in person. Go ahead.
I mean, I'll go first. Okay. Yeah,
whoever wants to go first. Yeah, in comic and then in person.
Obviously, I have such an adulation for the comics. I mean, that's what inspired me to own the costume, several versions of the costume. I mean, I can rattle off, as far as Batman goes, the Frank Millers, the Norm Brayfogels, the Neil Adams, just in terms of look, so many great stories over the years. And I like, doing the cosplay thing or being in a film like this, or, being a part of this series. I'm always trying to channel, I think, pieces from all of that. It's like an amalgamation of all these different iterations, these versions of Batman that I've seen over the years. And of course, both of these characters having the kind of legacy that they have, 80 years plus in existence, there's a lot of rich content there. And that's what makes doing things like this really fun, because, I think people have a pretty general understanding of how these characters function, how they operate, but it's you getting to portray that character and putting your own zeal, your own zest to it. So, as far as the comics go, those are the ones that I appreciate the most. Live action, obviously, I think Kevin is great as Superman, and I've met a lot of people, of guys, especially trying to, cosplayers, guys who are trying to pull off that character, but it takes I feel like it takes a certain kind of personality, someone that can have that exuberance, that passion. You see that, when you meet them, you go up to them, you can tell that, like, they really care about this character, and oftentimes, I've met folks who, they do it more for, just attention, or to get likes on something, and I'm always drawn to people who, put on like the bat or put on the S, and they own it, because they love it. And, I think our project is going to be an example of that. I think people are going to be excited to see this, because I feel that everyone involved has that love and that passion for these characters, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Definitely will be. All right, Kevin, how about you? What's your favorite comic and your favorite in person?
A lot of the my favorite live action, I'll start there, was obviously what I grew up on. Superman 1, 2 were just something that like that's what it was to me. That whenever I close my eyes and I think about Superman, it was, Christopher Reeve in his classic suit, and it's just something that I still love just so much. And I was aware of some of the other ones, but not as aware as, the lore. And obviously it's such a deep and rich history that after we did develop, or, you guys developed the suit that I got to wear, I've really fallen in love with that look. And it was really exciting with the Max Fleischer look, the difference, of course, being the S in the symbol. And it was even something that whenever that suit showed up on, and on the CW this last year, that was really exciting, because it was showing love, and it did. It looked so good, and it was just such a great look. And like Matt was kind of saying, with so many people that do wear it and do it so well, I was absolutely blown away walking around at the Superman celebration, how many people do it. And it was almost like funny, because I'm walking around, it's not giving me like an inferiority complex. I'm walking around like, God damn, these guys own it. Everybody looks great, and they're committed, and just even like the time put into every detail, the hair, and with what cosplayers can do is just absolutely amazing. That, to see even you guys, Charlie and Matt, seeing the amount of differences that you do, and it's so cool to see that you guys aren't living in the one costume. It's not, even Matt, even all of your different Batmans and all that, or
you gotta mix it up.
Every nuance that you put in, Charlie. I mean, it's like from every iteration of that you do, it's an amazing thing. It's something that I didn't necessarily have an appreciation for until I actually got to got to be around it and see it in person. And in person, we see some, like I say, even what my favorite probably is the Superman, Superman Celebrates Superman in Josh Boltinghouse, and he's just larger than life. And I stand next to him, I was like, oh, this guy's Superman. I was like, how's he? I was like, he's 100 pounds bigger than me. I was like, oh, he would.
Oh man,
yep,
I've always wanted to know what your reaction was when you first met him. I could just imagine your face.
Oh yeah, and it's cool too because me and him we get along very well. We've kept a pretty strong bond since then. We regularly chat and joke and comment and send memes, and it's one of those things. It's one of those like Superman understandings about It's
now, were you guys able to work out together that weekend? I heard you might have.
We were not. We both. I think we both ended up solo. I had to do it. He had the longer days there. He has long days while he's there. So I was able to work out while I was there, but unfortunately he wasn't able to join me. But yeah, with that it was it's just I'm absolutely in love with the character that we have developed in live action as far as the suit and the look and everything. And like I said earlier, it is going to evolve as we go. Charlie is he's on top of it. He knows nine steps ahead, and it was almost funny. Whenever he gave me my first suit, he gives me a bag with separate buckles. He's like, "This is the buckle that's going to do this. This is the belt that's going to do this. So you're going to flip the belt. It's going to be this, and then it's it." And I felt almost silly because then it's one of those things where you're taking it all in. I'm like, oh, okay. And afterwards, I'm like, probably should have wrote that down, because then we find ourselves doing one of the displays at Celebration where I got to be part of, we all got to be part of the big picture with however many, 50 Supermen and 50 versions or whatever it was, or 40.
Yeah,
I forget how
we got up to like 35 or something. We got almost to 40, but not quite.
Yeah, it was so as we were doing it, I remember I even said to Charlie, I go, oh, hey, when am I supposed to do because one of them's the oval, one of them was round. I can't even remember now because
the circle.
Now.
So many variations.
Now, this is whenever you're supposed to be wearing it. I'm like,
oh yeah. You're asking
you didn't
me.
Tell me. You need to give me a cheat sheet.
Yeah, basically, I just handed him a bag with all the costume parts, and I gave him a paragraph in the back of my head. I slapped him on the back, and I said, "Okay, have a good day," and that was it.
Yep. Yeah. We'll see you next year. You better be wearing the right one.
Whoops.
I mean, it's probably going to be as fun as our Lego set.
Yeah,
that's right.
Well, oh well. Well, before
but it's great. Even with that, we're still evolving, which is a beautiful thing.
Yes, very much.
We all learn as we go, definitely. So before we take a couple of questions from our audience, I think we're going to do a rapid fire question for all three of you. Just give me a quick celebrity name. Don't think, just answer and move on. All right?
Oh, okay.
Dream team, world's finest that you never got. The dream team for the world's finest live action that you never got. 2 celebrities. Rapid fire. Kevin, Matt, Donnie. Ready, go.
Oh, man. Well, being in the 80s, again, I wanted to see Christopher Reeves and Michael Keaton go at it. Like, why did you get that?
Thank you.
All right, there we go. Matt, go.
Wow, this is like fan casting we're doing, or we're talking about what's already in existence here. It's like
your personal world's finest that you've wanted to see that you never got.
Wow. Okay. I mean, Kevin kind of took mine. I mean, I think that's every guy's dream in the 80s. Christopher Reeve is Superman. I mean, he's still Superman to me, and Michael Keaton was Batman. So yeah, I have to agree with Kevin on that.
There you go.
Besides that, Kevin and Matt kind of took that. I think just kind of thinking back, it would have been nice to see George Reeves and Adam West.
Yes.
Ooh. Oh.
And even more so, Kevin Wilson and Kirk Allen.
Yeah.
The serials.
The serials. That would have been
Nick Cage and George Clooney.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Oh no, it wouldn't be Batman versus Superman though. It would be nipples versus nipples.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope that's okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
So Matt, I busted this out for you, Matt. This is
Oh, here we go.
This is a George Clooney chess piece. It was A friend of
No
mine,
way.
I can't reveal the name, but a friend of mine used to work at Warner, and he had access to the vault.
Oh, I see.
And well, he said he worked there for 15 years, and in the first 9 years, the vaults were never opened.
Wow.
So he took it upon himself to open up one of them, and this found its way to me. But this was, I think, from costume number 6 from George Clooney, fresh out the chest piece. So it would have had nipples on each side of it. But so, yeah, I figured Matt would like this one.
I love it.
In honor of our newest cast member, Matt playing Batman himself.
Yeah,
so I busted out just for the occasion, and normally it does not sit here next to a bottle of whiskey.
It's not surprising that you can't disclose his name. I'm sure he'd be in a lot of legal trouble.
Yes.
Yeah, but very, very cool nonetheless. I wonder if he took any out of the suit. He has probably the other part of the suit at home. It's like, oh yeah, you got the chest piece, and I got all this.
He didn't take any of the suit, but funny side story on the same gentleman. I do have a picture somewhere. He had a Christopher Reeve Superman suit, and he had a Dean Cain Superman suit.
Wow.
And we were over there, and these are things that had been sitting in his closet for this was almost 10 years ago, and they were sitting in his closet, he said, for already over a decade at this time. And I go, well, when was the last time you put it on? He goes, oh, I don't put these on. I go, and I just immediately I was like, which one are you wearing? And we sat there in our Superman suit, and we drank beer all night. And him coming out, he goes, how did I never think to wear these things? I was like, they just sit in your closet, man.
I would too. I'd be asking him, I would love to wear one of those outfits, even if I'm not in the best shape of my life.
It's like that Omni-Man moment.
A question.
Think, Mark. Think.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, it's common sense. But I'm glad.
Well, before everyone, we say goodbye to our Bruce Wayne here. Let's take a quick 5 minutes, and we'll take a few audience questions. Kelly, do we have any questions from the audience that have been generating? See if she can find any here.
All right, I'm going to ask Matt the first one. Hey, Matt, as the newest member of the cast and walking right into the world that we already evolved in, you are more of obviously a very well-renowned cosplayer, and you kind of have lived in that, and you also do other on-camera personality type work in the sports world. But as an actor being thrust right into the world, how was it, and how was it like? How did we do with the first time of you being on set and just having pages and pages of dialogue to have to remember and live in? What was tell us a little bit about that experience?
Sure. Well, first of all, I thank you for the compliment about being a renowned cosplayer. I don't really keep track of numbers. I just appreciate that people like the stuff that I wear. That's how I look at it. But it was it was great. It was a new experience for me. I don't really have any formal training. I do some stuff on camera, but there was some anxiety build up there, and there might have been some nerves on set for me, but I think all of you were very patient with me, and I really appreciate that. You were all very accommodating. I really had a great time, and again, I'm looking forward to more experiences like this. It was great that Charlie reached out to me to ask for my involvement. I was very surprised, but also very honored. I knew about the success of your first film, obviously, and a fan of that myself, having watched it. I could see, again, the love that went into that, and the various production techniques, because I'm kind of on that mindset too. I produce things as part of my daily, and I just it was great to see things being implemented that you don't always see in fan films, and I think that's what made yours stand out above the rest. And again, it was a very humbling experience, and I was very excited to be a part of it. And I was just glad that everyone had patience with me due to my lack of acting experience. Let's put it that way.
All right, so we have a couple questions. First, before answering Andy's question, we had someone ask what was our process for choosing Matt. Matt actually already answered part of that by saying that I chose him. So if Donnie doesn't mind, I can answer that. And then Kevin, you recently just saw Andy's question for you, I hope. So when we chose Matt, we thought it would be best to not only choose someone who's a fan of Batman and understands the character, but that also has experienced cosplay, so they understand what it's like to wear the suit. That was our first goal, and we had a list, and we had names from that list that shined the most, and we just kept coming back to Matt. And I got approval through Donnie. I got approval through the rest of our producers, and next thing you know, we're talking to Matt. We're having a conference call, and here we are.
Yeah, and I'll say too, like, just to kind of point out that even to cosplayers, to me, always seem to be, in my eyes, and I know like a lot of actors were out there to be dedicated to play a role, but I feel that cosplayers are so dedicated not only to the love of the character, but also to the quality of the costumes as well, which does help a lot with. Not only to say production costs, but also to quality as well. And I think even too, like when we're all kind of looking, there was a couple of cosplayers and other people that played Batman. Even too, we thought Wade Wyatt would be a good choice, but he wasn't available. And then of course Matt popped up, and I was like super impressed with the quality of that he delivered as Batman. And like Charlie said, he suggested, and I thought, reach out to him, see what Matt said. And, that's kind of how we, grabbed on to his interest. And, here we are today.
Very, very cool.
Yeah, even with that, they sent me Matt's profile, and I just looked at his profile pic, and he was in his Batman shirt, and it was a very cool shot. I mean, there's a reason why you had it as your profile pic, but it was one look, and I was like, you guys feel good about it? I was like,
yeah,
good choice.
Very cool. Now, Kevin, we're going to keep the flow going. Kelly brought up Andy's question back again a second time. So, what is your favorite part of playing Superman?
Well, on camera, I really do enjoy both aspects of the Superman Clark Kent dynamic, but and just being able to bring like the fights to life and things like that. And with Donnie's awesome editing techniques, it's just every time it's just such a magical thing that to be able to see that and know that I'm going to be, hopefully 100 years old and be able to look at that and be like, there, yeah, that was me.
Yeah,
check it out. 10 million views. Like, yeah, 10 million people are watching. Watching all of this unfold, and that to me is on an on-screen and from a professional standpoint, as I am. I'm not a cosplayer. I'm an actor, and it's, to me, that's what it is. Is it's being able to put out quality and just have fun with what I'm doing. And but on the other side of that, it really is. It's just putting it on and seeing the faces light up and being able to just, whether it's the cast and crew or people that happen to be around on set, even whenever we're filming, cars will stop in the street and I embrace it. I go out and I wave and I talk to everybody, and it's just once you put that on, it turns you into something else, and just feeling that it really does. It's just such a special feeling that every one of us knows that feeling, and anybody that does that, and just from that, even whenever I was in town I don't remember which one it was for because we filmed several times, and then we had the premiere and then Superman celebration. So I've gotten to go back to town several times because I lived in Los Angeles now, but I'm originally from St. Louis, Missouri, where it's kind of our home base in and around St. Louis for the film. And I've come back into town so many times to do it. One time that I was in town, I had the super suit, and it was my nephew's birthday, and I went upstairs and put on the suit and then came down and went and grabbed the cake and came walking out the cake. So then it was like, you know, that energy is transferable. You could throw right into a, you know, out on the street or right into a children's birthday party. And it actually has inspired another project that I've done. And just being able to be thrust into this universe, this is just the kind of sweetest people that I've ever met. Everybody's so nice, so supportive. Everybody in the Superman lore that, you know, it's just, it really is a family. And my favorite part about playing Superman is actually being welcomed into that family that I wouldn't normally have been. I've been to Metropolis before, living in the area on my, you know, way out of town. I've stopped by there and I saw the statue and all that, but I've never actually like been in it and been enthralled right into the middle of it. And again, it's just everybody's so nice, so cool, so supportive, so loving. You can't get enough of it, and it really is like addictive. Whenever it's just you want it more, and then just being able to be a little bitty thumb note there of that in some degree, because even last night I was on set with Shannon Barron, I believe, and she was Wonder Woman in the Superfriends, and she's still like that. And I was like, oh, Wonder Woman, and we sat there and we bonded over that all night. And it's just to have a little piece of that. It's just something that, you know, people will never take away from you. It just gives you a connection to a certain family and love that is, it feels like Felix. It feels like unconditional love in a way, that we could all complain about certain Supermen that we didn't like or we didn't care for. You know, it's people tell me all the time, like, oh, I wish it was you and Supergirl and Tyler. You know, people like they're trying to make me feel better. Like, Tyler sucks. You would have been better. But then if Tyler was there, they'd be like, oh my God, it's Superman. You know? So even if you don't care for it, like, we could make fun of, you know, be like, oh, I don't know, Superman Returns, Brandon Routh, not as cool. But if he was here right now, we'd be like, oh my God, it's Superman. So.
I think at one point we did see him pass over to our table at the celebration.
Yeah.
And I was like kind of geeking out over. It's like, Brandon.
To me, they're all equally as awesome, and they're all equally as cool. You get that cake, that's a moniker. You've earned it. You're part of the official Superverse. You know, you all are equally loved, in my opinion. So, okay. So
Charlie, you were promoted to producer since the last movie.
Yes, I was.
First off, congratulations. We love you, buddy, and appreciate everything that you do. But what does your new role as producer entail?
Okay. I see, this is that Midwest mind of Kevin's. He's mixing it up on me. All right. Thank you very much. Yes, I appreciate the credit, and also thank you to Donnie for giving me that promotion.
Absolutely.
I recently have been given a title, as I like to put it, creative producer, associate producer, and also a co-writer. My role is basically, I'm the glue. I'm the creative glue. When the story comes together and I see everything being sewn in, the filming, the script, the casting, the costumes, I look at everything. If it doesn't blend well, if it doesn't make sense, if I don't see everything being seamless when it's all finally there, then I let Donnie know and say, hey, Donnie, this doesn't make sense to me. People are going to notice this, you know, or this angle of continuity is not correct. They're going to see that. Or if there's a line in the script that doesn't make sense to me, it's like, no, this character wouldn't necessarily act in this manner. So that's usually what I would be here for. I'm here for the creative efforts to make sure, for continuity's sake, it's canon to a 40s style, or for whichever decade we're filming for our memoir storyline.
Right. And I'll also add into, sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's okay. And also, in finalizing with that, also for the writing, and I also help with costume design, and just to make sure everyone looks as accurate as comic book as possible. So, go ahead, Donnie.
Yeah, sorry that I jumped in a little short, but
That's okay.
yeah. So, but no, I wanted to add it that because that we're doing such a original take on with Max Fleischer, because he never really had such a story as diverse as this. So kind of having that, and then having Charlie kind of keeping everything on the line, made me kind of feel a little bit more confident for him to keep everything, like he said, seamless and making sure the glue sticks together, which is, and I mean, to me, I'm a Superman fan, but I mean, Charlie is a hardcore, diehard Superman fan. Like, he probably knows page to page on every comic and every aspect of the suit, of what goes in and what goes out. I mean, just having him on board, again, made me feel confident enough to allow him to be creative producer, associate producer, and also looking at the story itself, because without that, I don't think this show would have been pursued, so say. And then, of course, we also have our great team of all, with, Laura as another co-writer from the previous film, and a bunch of other people. But no, I mean, overall, it's a team effort. Everybody puts their 2 cents in. But for Charlie, definitely keeping part of the creative aspect towards, the DC filter, you will, and then just being able to
I'm the DC
translate.
Comics filter. You got
Yes.
it. Thank you very much, Donnie. I appreciate that. We're gonna, before we get into 1 or 2 last questions for Donnie about memoirs and what he sees for his future project and legacy, we have one last question here, and I'm actually going to point this towards Matt. We have Willow Schuyler, who wants to ask a fan film question about the Gotham universe. She wants to know if anyone has seen the Poison Ivy fan film. It's called Pamela and Ivy with Eric Roberts. Matt, have you heard of that one?
I have heard of it. I haven't watched it, but it was the Eric Roberts that triggered me. That's what made me recall it. So I think I've seen bits and pieces, clips of it. Again, I think it's one of those things that usually when fan films come out, I'm hesitant, because there's a lot of them out there. I know they're made with a lot of love and appreciation, but having a producer's mindset, it's hard to consume a lot of these things. Like, to me,
Right.
There's something, I'm looking for a certain aesthetic, a certain quality, and so there are a lot of them that I haven't seen, but that means I'm not shying away from them. I'm always open to suggestions, and that one I know I've seen clips of, and it certainly looks like one that would be worth the time.
All right. Well, if we don't have any more questions for Batman and Superman, I'm going to divert most of the attention now to Donnie. Oh, all right. I apologize. My phone is beeping at me, everybody. So we have one last question here. Okay, Matt, how did you prepare for the role as Batman?
So, I did as much preparation as I could in between, other commitments and work, always interfering, as it tends to do. But, it was a lot of just putting on that costume and, trying to become that character. Batman, obviously very dark, very brooding, and, kind of being Superman's opposite, obviously. But I think, as it pertains to this particular role, this situation, there's, I always like to think of the Super Friends aspect of it. I know over time, their relationship has kind of adapted, but I felt that, the era in which this particular series takes place, or at least this first episode of this series, in my mind, it's like, yeah, they don't really know each other, but I still think that the friendly is there. The friendly, the possibility for friendliness is there. So I kind of kept that in mind. And, it's always a joy to put on that suit. It's more difficult, honestly, for me to be Bruce Wayne, because, I'm not a billionaire. I wish I were, but, it's hard, to differentiate those two. It's Bruce is the playboy guy, the guy that has to be more extroverted, more out there, more flamboyant. And, Batman obviously being kind of that alter ego, the guy that, his real persona, who he really is or who he chooses to be. I found, I actually found that kind of more relatable to be that way. And so, yeah, I would say in honesty that it was more difficult to prepare to be Bruce Wayne because, I'm not really like that myself. So, it was a lot of, just trying to go over lines with friends of mine here locally, just trying to be as prepared as I could be for the shoot, rehearsing things in the mirror, making sure I didn't look stupid, things like that. And hopefully, it won't come off that way when people see the final product.
Yeah, definitely. And there's actually a dynamic there, and I think I mentioned this to you, and with some suggested inspiration to watch with Bruce Wayne and Batman. Thank you for bringing that up. I saw a question that popped up, but it went away. Anyway, long story short, I saw that. Yeah, give up the beard. Well, we suggested he keep a very strong stubble. I was basically saying, I want you to wear sandpaper on your chin. That's basically what we got, because it was perfect. But anyway, my question is, or my relation rather would be, for Bruce Wayne and Batman, it's more of a switch. You have your sinister, and then you have your swagger. Your sinister and your swagger. You just go back and forth. So, and I think I suggested to you, follow Kevin Conroy. He has a very good back and forth dynamic. When he first started recording for the role, he was able to switch his voice manner very quickly for Bruce and Batman. Was that some of your inspiration that you followed?
Oh, of course, yeah. And I just as a fan, I enjoy watching the old animated series. A lot of the DC animated movies that have come out as of late.
That was 40s on its own anyway. That was a little retro futuristic,
Yeah, and honestly, I took a lot of inspiration from Peter Weller being the voice of Bruce and Batman in The Dark Knight Returns. Like, to me, that's honestly becoming my favorite Batman movie. And I really appreciate his take on it. But Kevin Conroy, he is, to many, including myself, he's the voice of a generation. Like, he is Batman. But yeah, I mean, I took inspiration from all those things, and I tried to use those as best as I could and implement what I had learned over the years of being exposed to all this different media, and just try to do it my own way, my own creative way.
Very cool. Well, before we get into some questions with Donnie, I am going to say on behalf of our team here to all of our friends watching and wondering, Matt will be back. Matt has a lot more to do. Don't you worry about a thing. We're keeping him busy. And we thank you, Mr. Matt.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Definitely.
Happy to be here.
All right. Now, Mr. Callahan, I'm going to try to see what I could pry any spoilers out of you that you're willing to give, okay? We'll pluck them out of your beard one by one, as long as you're willing to say them.
Hopefully, just as long as it's not slow and painful.
Don't worry, I'll only pull the gray hair.
Okay, all right. At least a little wisdom comes out.
All right. So, tell us about Memoirs and what your current vision is to carry it on from Superman World War, and then we'll ask you a little bit about Legacy.
Okay, so again, Memoirs from Under the Yellow Sun is a continuation story from Superman World War, and in this series, we get to see Superman kind of grow throughout. And with that being said, we get to explore a little bit more like his powers developing, and also relationships with different characters such as Lois Lane, and also a few Justice League characters such as Batman, and a few others that we will be incorporating. So, I mean, with all that being implemented in storyline wise, it's really exciting, and I feel like the fans are really going to love what we're putting into this even more than what we probably did in World War. And with that being said, this will also be revolving around the Luthers as well. But mainly it'll be around Brainiac, who's going to be kind of like the circumference of the series of what will bring the heroes together, per se. And that will lead up to Legacy.
So, from our understanding, this is a mini series or a web series, and each
Yes.
episode is going to revolve around a certain time in the world around Superman's universe. Whether it's about Superman or whether it's about another part of that world, it's eventually going to revolve around the journey and what builds up to the final installment of Superman Legacy, correct?
Yes.
That will
Yeah,
involve mainly Brainiac, but it won't be all Brainiac. We'll also see some elements from the Luthor family, and from what we hear, some other Justice League character related surprises.
Yeah, no, I feel like there will be some surprises in the moment, but again, without giving too much away, I feel like, this will be like the Justice United kind of almost like, Batman versus Superman. Like, there could be, another JL character that be alongside. You never know. It could be like Flash or Green Lantern, or, it can go on a list of different choices. And I mean, that's still part of the writing process. We're still kind of determining who are we able to cameo in, per se. But no, yeah, I feel with just to kind of wrap it up on my end, with Legacy, it will be my final installment, because I really feel like, you can only go so far with the Max Fleischer character, but I feel like this one will truly shine of what heroes are meant to be.
That is very, very exciting to see. Memoirs will essentially help build up this universe and will set up Legacy to close everything and give it fruition.
Yes.
So very, very excited to see the end of that. And also, we have a fan question from Andrew Williams. Will Donnie be making any cameos? Andrew, I could answer that personally. I'm going to try to write him in the most peculiar way possible. Make sure you're not drinking anything when you see it. It'll be great. I don't know where it's going to be. I don't know when it's going to be, but it will be glorious.
It will be.
Do we have any other last fan questions, everybody, before we wrap up and give our final goodbyes? We can move on to our next panel today. Alrighty. Well, since this is also about not only the Super Friends celebration, but being Super Friends because of Superman, let's all just real quick share our favorite thing about Superman before we go. And we'll start with Kevin, Matt, Donnie, and then we'll say our goodbyes.
My favorite thing about Superman is just what he stands for, and it really is. It lights something inside of you that we all do have a little bit of a Superman inside of us, something that every one of us, I know in this little quadrant here, that we all have felt and have felt in a different way. And I touched on it earlier with, once you're part of it, you're just part of it, and it is a family. And Superman is unlike any other character that there is in the world. That it is just a connective tissue that can't be unbroken.
Definitely. Right. And Matt, go ahead, and also thank you for staying with us for the whole time.
Sure, of course. Yeah, I mean, to echo that, I mean, it's a character of hope. Such an enduring legacy. I mean, the S does stand for Superman. It doesn't. It's not an H, but it does stay. It is hopeful. He is a hopeful character, and that's something that no matter what is brought before him, he always deals with it with a great deal of fortitude and just acting the right way. And I think that that's something that in all of us we want to achieve. We all want to be have that kind of moral fiber that he has, and no matter what direction DC takes the character, it always kind of comes back to that. And that's the good thing. That's the great thing about Superman.
Definitely. Donnie, go ahead and close it up, and I'll say our goodbyes, buddy.
Absolutely. No, yeah. I think everybody kind of echoed, the idea of Superman. But I feel like personally, to me, and I'm going to be a little bit personal and not try to be super emotional. Um, so, because a fact about me is that I was diagnosed with a pediatric stroke, and as a child, I didn't really had a huge vocabulary. I didn't really had a voice. I didn't really know how to cope with society or have friends and stuff like that. But with Superman, with his qualities, to me, it gave me a voice. It gave like when I was a kid and I got the costume, whenever I put the shield on, that was the one thing that gave me confidence. That was the one thing that pushed me forward. And, it's just like a little reminder every day to me, even up to this point in my life, that even after Superman World War and especially the moment that my father was facing cancer. It shows that even too, like when my father told me before he passed, is like, remember that this shield is going to protect you in all your weakest times, your darkest times, and bring you to the brightest of times. And you know, um, to me, I thought to be a Superman, but really, what is Superman? And to me, it's to do good, but also to make the right choices and make everybody's life better because of the qualities that you put into it that I think we share from the man himself.
Exactly. And focusing on even more on what Donnie said in closing, Superman was created by two boys in the Midwest. One of them was recovering from a family loss, and the other one was trying to pull his family out of a Great Depression. So they created someone that was to represent the best version of ourselves. They wanted to create literally the ideal, what was originally a villain, they flipped it around. And my goodness, sorry, my phones are going off. They wanted to flip it around and create essentially the ideal Samaritan, the ideal neighbor that would just be there to help. And that is what we all should be, As to quote Superman 4, I wish you all could see the world the way that I do, because when you really look at it, it's all one world. So that being said,
Beautifully said.
in our world, the I don't know if we're calling it the Superman verse, the Donnie verse. I think I want to call it the Donnie verse. But we say thank you very much. Sometime on our fan pages through YouTube, DJC Films, Instagram, DJC Films, and on Facebook through Superman World War and Memoirs from Under Yellow Sun. Please stay tuned as we give you updates, and we will let you know when episode 1 will be out. Thank you all so much, and we are going to give it back to Kelly.
Thanks, guys.
I don't know which
Thank
way
you so
you want,
much.
but
I know it's all reverse. Thank you for being here.
Mm.
I'm gonna drop you out and give my brief spiel, and then bring Michael on. So just
goodbye, everybody. Thank you. We apologize for being a little
See ya.
over.
Bye, guys.
See ya.
Thank you again. All right. Just want to say a quick thanks to all the podcasts that the upper podcasts are part of our team that made this happen. The bottom podcast helped spread the word. And this convention celebration is a charity. Is a charity fundraiser. So I'm just going to play this short video that is basically going to give you the spiel. So please donate if you're able to.
This convention is also a fundraiser for the Actors Fund. The Actors Fund fosters stability and resiliency and provides a safety net for performing arts and entertainment professionals over their lifespan. You can support the Actors Fund by following the link below and donating. Every donation also enters you into our sweepstakes and gives you a chance to win these fantastic prizes.
All right. Welcome, John. You are muted, so unmute yourself. I'm going to remove myself from the stream and introduce your guest.
Let's double check on the mute thing. Can you hear me yet? Because I'm not showing that I'm muted. Hopefully I can be heard. Anybody want to give me a thumbs up on that? Yeah, I saw a thumbs up. All right, so here we are. It's Saturday morning. It's just past 11 in the Central Time Zone, and my name is John Gleckler, and this is the Michael Cerveris panel. We would like to bring him in and give him a proper introduction and a thank you and a hello, all of the above. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
I am doing great. Now, normally I would try to be professional, but I have to start with something silly. You have a ceiling fan right above your head.
Yes, it's driving you crazy.
Follow your video feed and put your hand. Now pull that finger down, make it more like a fist, right there by the fan, and then you'll look like Thor swinging Mjolnir around. There it is. That is a cheap special effect right there. Bravo, sir.
Excellent.
Let's get that on IMDb right there. IMDb. Well, anyway, I wanted to say thank you for being here. This is a pleasure. I've done some research in recent days and weeks, and I am impressed, to say the very least. But I actually want to quote someone else to get this really going. This is from a Forbes.com article, I believe written by Risa Sarakan, January 22nd, 2020 article, and I'm quoting, "He has clearly made a name for himself in theater, television, and film with credits too numerous to count." Now that's impressive. You have an infinity of talent, which means that your career is in fact the seventh infinity stone. So let's just make a pact right now. No one snap their fingers and we'll move on. Okay, thanks.
I will only use it for good.
There it is. That's good enough for me. All right. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing really well. I'm delighted to be here and be part of this. And I'm really delighted to learn that it's a benefit for the Actors Fund, because that's a really fantastic organization that a lot of people I know, and it's not just for actors, it's for all kinds of people in all aspects of the entertainment industry. Mm-hmm. So thank you so much for doing that.
Yes, very good. We're hoping that we raise some money and do some good and help take care of some people as needed. Yeah, because that's what we're supposed to be doing. Like on the last panel with Charlie, if Superman believes we're all one world, we got to look out for each other.
Exactly.
So I made some notes here and there. So these are going to be sort of back and forth about various things in your career. But I wanted to start with talking about Tommy. And sure. You did that role on Broadway, initiated that role.
I did.
Did you take that touring nationally in the United States or just internationally?
No, I didn't. Steve Isaacs, who had been previous to that, I think it was an MTV VJ. A lot of people knew him from that. He played Tommy on the national tour because we were still in New York on Broadway, still doing it. So I didn't. If you saw it elsewhere in the country, it wasn't me. But if you saw it in La Jolla, California, where we started, or on Broadway, or in Germany, then that would have been me.
Excellent. Now, my memory of seeing that show, and you would have been behind the curtain, but maybe someone told you, or you were able to see this yourself. Fox Theater in St. Louis, and like the first chord, the first 20 rows all simultaneously. Yeah. That is not a quiet show.
No, and and they did it on purpose. They didn't usually they'll bring the house lights down so the audience kind of knows that something's coming, and they purposely left the house lights up so that you wouldn't have any warning, and just that first chord would just hit. And I used to go up to the because I didn't enter for the first 15 minutes or so I would often go up to the lighting booth or the stage manager's booth in the back of the theater and watch, because it was like a wave. When you're absolutely right, when that chord would hit, every person's head in each row would kind of go back like that, the old Maxell ad. And so
yes.
Like this sonic wave kind of washing over the audience. And I thought that was so thrilling and great.
And then it just doesn't let up. It is a very powerful score. The production, it just kind of blows your mind, which I guess was, the attempt was to kind of overdo things maybe.
Yeah. I think it was, it was pushing the boundaries in on a lot of levels, volume wise certainly, but also just in pure stagecraft and what you could do. I mean, there had been rock musicals before Tommy, but there hadn't really been an authentic rock album that was adapted for the stage before. So that was pretty thrilling to be part of.
Yeah. Now, considering that might have been what you would call a taxing role, were you Tommy, like 90%, 95% of the performances? Did you ever?
I did. I've always had this kind of belief, and I guess this is just the way I was taught and the way I was raised. Like, if you can get on stage, you do. So I performed. I would be surprised if I missed more than 5 or 6 shows in the stretch, other than like planned vacations. But even that I didn't take for the first year and a half or so, because it was my first Broadway job, and I think I'd been working so long and so hard. I didn't have the idea of taking a vacation, because most jobs didn't last long enough to warrant a vacation. So yeah, I was there for just about every show, and I did shows with bronchitis. I did shows with cracked ribs. I did shows with all number of things, because if I could possibly get myself on stage, I would. And I'm sure it didn't thrill my understudy, but but that was just my. I just love doing it so much that if I could, I would.
Now, cracked ribs kind of sidebars into a question I did have. I was thinking about, you have a lot of television and movie work, and you have Broadway. Broadway's live in front of an audience. You don't necessarily get a stuntman for stuff. Were the cracked ribs a result of the show?
No, the cracked ribs, I wish I could say they were a result of the show. The cracked ribs were the result of a day off and water skiing. And so I felt like I only have myself to blame, so I can't legitimately call out of the show because of something I did to myself relaxing. So I just toughed it out and lived with it, and tried to learn a lesson that I should clearly never take a day off.
Well, yeah, your professionalism was tested.
Hazardous thing, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Now, let's take that part to television. Professor Pig or even Ramses. Where do they draw the line for stunt work for you on something like that?
Well, you have conversations with the stunt coordinator, and there's always, if there's any kind of physical activity or stunt work, and stunts can be anything from if a character has to run down a wet hallway, say, that can be considered a stunt, because there's an increased chance of risk and injury, and depending on the actor and how the actor feels, and depending on the stunt coordinator and how the stunt coordinator feels, and probably depending on how the insurance company of the film or TV series feels, they may encourage the actor to let the stunt person do it. It's not entirely the actor's call. All those other people get to weigh in on it. So it just depends on your comfort, and usually you'll have a conversation with the stunt guys beforehand, because there's always somebody there who's hired to do it. So if you don't do it, if you do it, then the stunt person is just sort of waiting around and on call, and that, I'm sure, gets to be kind of a drag for them. They'd prefer to work, I'm sure, too. But it's kind of, whatever works best for the shot. For the directors, often, sometimes it's easier because you don't have to try to hide the, if there's a little height difference between you and the stunt guy, or if your physical types are a little different, it's easier for the director. They can shoot, all over without having to worry about revealing the fact that it's a different person. On the other hand, stunt people are professionals, and they can, get these things right the first time, and actors may struggle a number of times to get it right, and so it may actually be more expedient to have the stunt person do it. So it's all a matter of coordinating. I think for the most part, I will always try to do something if I can, and I like to do it if it's possible, because it just feels like, it's an aspect of my performance. And
Sure.
so if it is something I can do, I will always kind of advocate for at least letting me try to do it. But with both Ramses and Professor Pig, there were definitely times when stunt people, took the beating for me, and then I just came in and landed on the table afterwards. And
Sure. I have a very specific one for you there. Ramses' exit during the fight in the off-road adventure there. The chick throws a tire, and you're just chugging away, bonk right in the back of the head. Now, you might, like you said, if it's a slick 4, it could be considered dangerous. You really just had to land on your face. Was that you?
It was me. It was me running, and it was me in some of the takes, but the one where he actually gets hit with the tire, which, if I recall, is actually a digital tire.
Yes.
I think he's just running and then just like falls. So, I'm trying to remember, but I'm pretty certain that was my long-suffering stunt guy.
Good job, stunt guy. Yeah. I was really rooting for it to be you, because I was like, he can do this, he can sing, he can act, he's brilliant, and he can land on his face. Because that's not just a stunt, that's a timing gag. I mean, yes, it's digital, but he has to move his arm.
Yeah.
3-4 seconds later, bonk, you land on your face. Yeah. It's always a good gag when someone gets bonked in the head. I know.
Absolutely.
So then we've got your performance, stunt performance. I'm going to transition the conversation a little bit to Broadway, to a nightclub or bar situation, like your band Loose Cattle. I wanted you to maybe talk a little bit about the extremes or difficulties of dehydration on a stage in front of a Broadway audience, or in front of hundreds of people that you're maybe interacting with differently for 2 hours, maybe the same amount of time, but it's got to be a much different physical experience for you.
I mean, first of all, I do all my own stunts in Loose Cattle. That's all.
Excellent.
That's just all me.
For the win.
If there's water on the stage and live electric mics, I just take it.
Wow.
It is a different thing. I mean, there are aspects obviously that are the same, but I guess maybe because I've whatever form of a living that I've made has always been from acting, and in music I've tended to just lose money, more than anything else, which is the mark of a true musician, I think. And so as a result of that, I never looked at it like to be my career. I just sort of played music because I love playing music, and I did it because I wanted to, and since I wasn't looking to it to provide my source of rent and food, I could just do what I wanted to with it. So it's always felt in some ways a more freeing kind of thing. It's weird though, because when I sing, if I sing in a musical, I have no problem. I mean, it can be nerve-wracking, and especially until you really feel solid in the show, there can be self-consciousness and some nervousness and stuff. But I don't really have a problem kind of really throwing myself into a song when I'm in a character. When it's me playing my own songs or playing with my band, I struggled for a long time, and still do somewhat, with just feeling shy about it and feeling even more exposed because I don't have a character to hide behind, and because it's just me singing to people. And especially when they're songs that I've written, I actually started when it started to turn around was when I started trying to think of it as covering my own songs. Like if we cover a David Bowie song, I have no problem with that. Like I can throw myself into it. But when we then play a song that I've written, I want to just kind of become a shoegazing sort of retreating little character. And so instead, I started trying to convince myself that the songs I'd written were just covers of some really obscure writer, and it actually kind of helped me be able to sort of invest myself more in that kind of stuff. And then, just from the pure technical, physical rigors of it, you have to remember to keep hydrated when you're singing all the time, and especially when you do gigs, the hydration comes in an alcoholic form more often, and you have to, that's generally frowned upon when you're on the stage on Broadway, but it's it's part of the thing when you're playing in a club, so you also have to kind of make sure you're balancing your fluids in that way too.
How do you see the your relationship to the audience in those two venues as well? With the Broadway, you've got to wait, you finish, they applaud. And with the band, it's right in the middle of the song, someone just goes nuts in front of you. Do you react to it? Or?
Yeah. I think there's an aspect that's very similar, because I think audiences in theater would be really surprised how much the actors on stage are aware of everything that's going on in the audience, whether it's people applauding or whether it's people like nodding off, and whether it's people fishing out their candy or surreptitiously trying to film something with their camera. I mean, we see everything, we're aware of everything, and we're aware of the different qualities of silences that you hear. There's the kind of silence from an audience that's what you want, that feels like rapt attention and people just hanging on every word and wanting to find out what the next thing is that's going to happen. And then there's a kind of silence where you think people are just tuning out and losing interest. And you're not always right about your in the moment analysis of things, but you definitely are feeling kind of vibes from people in the room. And so obviously that's true for musicians too, although a lot of it is kind of aided by the fact that generally you're the loudest thing in the room a lot of the time. Right. The Who, I got to know Pete Townsend when we were working on Tommy, and he told me that the reason why the Who got so loud so early in their career was he just didn't want to hear the audience. He didn't want to hear whether they were into it or not into it, or talking, or and saying good things or bad things. So he thought, if we're just so loud we can't possibly hear them, that'll be great. So that was what they did. And it's I think with music, with playing in a band, the times that I think it feels best is when your focus is mostly with the people you're on stage with, and kind of connecting with them and listening to them, instead of worrying so much about what the audience is making of things. I think that generally makes the best performance. And but you're always, when I toured with Bob Mould, I played guitar for him, and we were absolutely too loud to hear the audience when we were playing. And you would think, because he's this punk rock, indie rock icon, and so sort of DIY, stripped down kind of performance, you might not think that he was all that concerned with the audience, and he just did his thing regardless. But every night when we got off stage, he would talk about how the audience was, and how he thought whether we needed to up our game, and whether if it didn't feel like a good show, was that because of us, or was it because of them, or was it because we lost them at some point or something. So even in those kinds of bands, the artists really are aware and really care about the experience that the fans are having. Yeah.
I think in some way you have to consider, you look at the room and go, oh, good crowd tonight. And then that's it. You're done. Because the audience doesn't know something's wrong unless you tell them.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And I've had the experience before where you come off stage and you feel like, if especially it happens like when you're sick or when you're not feeling your best, and so your focus is just on getting through the show and just getting, not collapsing, and you get to the end of the show and you think, oh God, that must have been terrible, because all I could do was get through it. And somebody will come backstage and say, that was the most amazing show. That was like the best show I've seen you do. And then another night you'll come off stage and you're like, I killed it, man. That was, I don't think I've ever been better in my life. That was awesome. And somebody will come up to you and say, oh, are you not feeling good? Or you're a little off tonight, You're like,
yeah.
First of all, thank you. And so you aren't always the best judge of what your performance was like, which is why it never makes sense for you to kind of telegraph to the audience, oh, I screwed up, or oh, I really sucked tonight, because that may not be what their experience is of what you're doing at all. And who are you to rob them of their enjoyment of your experience? I've seen this sometimes with performers after, and audience people coming up to them and saying, you were so great, it was such a great show, and them going, I felt kind of shitty tonight. And I always think, why did you do that? I mean, you're certainly entitled to feel that way, but why take that experience away from the person who actually really enjoyed it,
Right. Yeah, there was, if I get this right, it was, I'm going to pass on it. It was a quote. Someone was talking about fans rushing up to you and just gushing and wanting your autograph, and you're like, And then another famous person was talking. It was Henry Winkler and Jeffrey Tambor is who it was in his book. And he was saying, Henry Winkler said, for you, it's the 100th time, the 1,000th time. For them, it's the first. Absolutely. So you just stay in that moment and give them something.
Yeah.
And, it's over just as fast as it begins, but it means something special to them.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more with that. And I mean, I've always been a fan. I've always been, when I was a little kid, I remember we lived for a little while in St. Louis, and
yay!
Yeah. And I was a Cardinals fan then, and I remember chasing Orlando Cepeda through the parking lot, into the parking structure, trying to get his autograph. And when I first got to New York, I used to stage door like everybody does, and just to kind of see these people up close, and just to say, I'm sure nothing intelligent and nothing meaningful to them, but I'd had a meaningful experience watching them, and I felt like I wanted to share that and show them some appreciation, and so I always try. It's going to be interesting after post-pandemic time. I think stage dooring may not be able to happen, or is going to have to happen in some structured way that's not going to make it as satisfying anymore for people. And I'm sorry when I think about that, but I think it's probably going to be necessary. But I always felt like it's part of the job. It's part of it's not. People think that you're doing it because you love to be flattered and get all this attention. I always have thought of it as another part of your service act, for for what you get to do for a living. There are limits, obviously, and people coming up to you in a restaurant when you're trying to have a nice night out is a different kind of thing. Although sometimes it can mean more. That rush right after a show is, you kind of expect that. Sometimes it can be really nice if you're working out of town, for example, where people don't come to the stage door, or you don't know people there so much, and you're just in the grocery store, or you're just getting a cup of coffee somewhere, and somebody says, hey, I saw you in that show. It was really great. Like, that can mean more to you in some ways because it's so unexpected and so out of the blue. But I completely agree, and that's in a long run. I sometimes will come in late, or between shows, I'll make sure I go out of the theater so I can come back in again, sort of through the crowd of people who are waiting to come to the show, and just hear that buzz and hear that excitement. Because when you've done it literally hundreds of times sometimes, it's good to remind yourself, yeah, you might have done it all these times, but this is the one and probably at these prices only time that they're ever going to see this. And and it doesn't matter that you're tired. You know, they deserve the same experience that the people on opening night got. So
Yeah.
it's a challenge.
I would say that we can use a sort of superhero analogy there. You're a Green Lantern and your ring is about to run out of energy. You go see that crowd, you take your little oath, and you just get it all back, and you're ready to go again.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the kind of thing that they don't talk to you about in school because, you know, most actors and musicians are not going to be lucky enough to have to figure out how to do it over and over and over and over again. You know, most runs don't last that long. Most tours, you know, don't last that long. So nobody tells you about how to keep yourself going, keep your, you know, your reservoir filled with stuff. And I do it by ways like that, or going to see stuff. I love, like I was saying, I still am a fan, and I work with people all the time that I'm fans of, whether they're famous or not, you know, and I like to continue to hold on to that sense of excitement and sense of that this is really a privileged position that I get to be in. And so I love to go see other shows, or go, if I'm in a play, I love going to hear music, or I love going to see movies, or go to a gallery or something, and just because when you're performing, you're on constant output and constant, you know, emptying that reservoir, you know, or your lantern, and I find the arts and things, getting inspired by other people, the best way to kind of relight that.
Very good. Very good. I'm going to realize that I've been chatting for a while, and I think I should let some other people comment. So
Cool.
Bring a comment on screen here. Was the Sweeney Todd portion of Gotham already in place when you were cast, or was it added due to your amazing portrayal on Broadway?
I think it was, at once they knew that I was playing the part, the writers kind of rubbed their hands together and said, you know, now what can we do with this guy now that we have him? I don't think all of that was planned initially before I was cast. I was cast partly because I had auditioned for Alfred in the beginning of it, in the pilot, and they obviously chose the right person to play Alfred. He was fantastic, and I didn't get to work with him, but we did get to chat on set. But I had known Danny Cannon. I did his graduation film from British Film Academy, so we'd known each other and been friends for a long time. And he said, you know, I've wanted to have you on the show for ages, but you know, we wanted it to be the right part, and we wanted it to be at the right time. So he just called me and said, we've got this 6-episode arc with this character, Professor Pig, and I think it would be, you know, oh, actually no, I had put myself on tape for something else, for some other small part in an episode right before that, and you know, the casting director had sent it in, and I got a call from Danny, and he said, look, you know, it would be great to have you do this part. That would be fine. But there's another part coming up that I think if you can wait for another, you know, 6 months or something, it would really be worth it. And I think you would be really great for this. And I said, sure. And that was Professor Pig. So I think, in answer to the question, once they knew that they had me, they were like, okay, now we can pull out all the stops with this character and go all out. And doing that number from Chicago was pretty hilarious and pretty fantastic.
Excellent. Now, we did have the opportunity to get some comment questions before our broadcast today, so I'm going to read something to you here.
Cool.
This is from Usabian from Hong Kong. Asks, hi, you've been cast in multiple Sondheim shows. and you've also played Hedwig. How did your preparation process or acting approach differ between these two very different yet emotionally equally rich characters? That's a big question.
That's a very impressive question.
I agree.
I think fundamentally it doesn't. My process doesn't change all that much. I always start first with what's on the page and try to dig out everything I can from what the writer has written, because I feel like my job at the core is to interpret what the writer has made. And so when you're working with Sondheim, he gives you a lot on the page. And it can be everything from the specific words and what the lyric tells you about the character's way of thinking, the way his mind works, and where he's at, to the musical kind of hints that you get. Discordant melodies can sort of give you an idea that there's something more on edge about this part of the character's thing, and more lush romantic melodies kind of indicate something different maybe. But sometimes the melody is contradicted by the lyric, and that kind of points you to, oh, maybe there's a certain thing on the surface, but there's this other stuff underneath. I think you get that a lot in Sweeney Todd. And similarly with Hedwig, it was interesting because John Cameron Mitchell and Stephen Trask, who wrote that musical, I think when they did it, they probably didn't think that anybody other than John would ever do it. I certainly felt that way when I saw it for the first 4 times. You just kind of felt like this is just this creation coming out of this guy's head, and how could anybody else do it? And when he called me and asked if I would take over for a month initially, because he had done it for a while and was just worn out and he didn't have an understudy. And I said yes, and then immediately got nauseous, thinking, I've never done a one-man show before. I don't, can I really do this? Can anybody but John do this? And it was really in rehearsals with the director, Peter Askin, and the stage manager, that we all realized they'd actually constructed such a great show and such a great character that a whole bunch of different people of varying types could do it, and it could be just as moving in different ways. And I think it was a big relief for John, because it meant he wasn't going to have to do it every day for the rest of his life for it to still have a life. But so I think, I always start with the words. I always then sort of look for parts of my life or my experience that I can equate to the things that the character experiences. I've never been shipped off to an Australian penal colony and come back home to find that my wife and child are dead or in possession of the judge who sent me away. But I have felt mistreated by society. I've felt bereft. I've felt loss. So I make those personal connections so that I have a real deep personal connection to the character, even if it's not the same events, it's the same feelings. And then I kind of go from there. So
that's good. That's very good. I'm going to go ahead and do another one that was pre-recorded. Anna-Brit of Chicago asks, I like this one. If you could go back in time and see any production of any show, what would it be?
Wow. That is a great question. There'd be so many things. One thing I think would be fascinating to get super dorky would be to go back to ancient Greece and see what the very beginnings of theater were like. Because from what I remember, learning from theater history class, it kind of came out of religious ceremonies and the early kind of plays were this communal thing that were kind of offered up as catharsis for the whole community. And I think it would have been amazing to find out. I'm betting you would think it would be so different, and I bet you would find so many things that are like, that's not that different from our experience today.
Right.
And, and also it probably would be reminiscent of like a sporting event as much as a theatrical event.
Yeah.
But I think that would be fascinating, and it might sort of, it'd be amazing to to feel connected to the human experience across centuries and realize that there's this like core need to be together and hear stories in one place together that we've always had and always will.
Yeah. Yeah. Just don't step off the path and step on a butterfly, because, the world's kind of weird, but it's the one we got right now. Let's see. Here's one from Kristen. And this is probably a very short, well, I think the shortest question and the longest answer, because I want to interject a little thought here. If you are part of a Sondheim show, I think you have to appreciate lots of syllables, because the man seems to know how to put a lot of words into his lyrics. So, favorite Sondheim show.
I tell people all the time that, I can only learn so much more music because I've learned, a bunch of Sondheim shows, and that takes up so much brain space that there's really not much. Every time I forget to, bring the milk home, I blame it on having had to stuff so many Sondheim lyrics in my head. My favorite, I think, it's a tough choice, but I think maybe it's Sunday in the Park with George, because it's about the struggle to balance an artist's life and a regular life. And I love the music in that show, but I particularly love George's struggle and relate to it. But there are like a dozen that are just one point off that top plays.
I have a lot of children. I love them all for different reasons.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to throw this in here because it came a while ago. Henry Winkler is a marvelous human being. Agree to agree. I wanted to say something that I had written up earlier. I'm quoting people from other interviews you've been a part of, but this really meant something to me. So if we're going to have a connection, this would be it. You were talking about an acceptance speech for a Tony, and you said that everyone should have that moment, that feeling in their life. They should be allowed that. And you leaned over. This was you were being interviewed by Paul Wontorek, I believe is the pronunciation.
Wontorek, yeah.
Yeah, Show People. It was a May 22nd, 2015 video, Broadway.com on YouTube. And you said, quote, "I just wanted to say to you, I see how hard you're working, and I think it's really great." And that's what you were saying that everyone should be able to experience. But what got me in that moment was that you guys were just sitting on a pair of chairs, and you kind of leaned over when you said it to him, as if it was a general statement and being said to him. I found that to be fascinating, the way you did that. That is my big compliment to you today, sir, was the way you said, "I appreciate what you do."
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I stand by all of that. I mean, that really was, I felt like that feeling and that kind of insight that just, arrived at that moment of getting this prize, that to me was more the prize or the gift of that moment than the actual statue was, or my name in the Tony list, which I will always be incredibly grateful for. But yeah, that feeling of that this is a feeling that everybody should have, and I don't know where I got this idea. I remember doing it first in high school, right before, it was either the end of the year or right before Christmas break or something. I wrote notes to a few people in my class, and they weren't people that I knew well, or even much at all in a couple cases, but they were people that I'd been really impressed by something or other that they did, and it wasn't necessarily like a huge, athletic achievement or academic achievement or something. Sometimes it was like somebody I just saw treating somebody really nicely or something. Yeah. And I wrote these notes and dropped them in their mailboxes and thought about doing it anonymously, and then thought, no, I should just not be scared of just saying this was from me. And it's something I try to remind myself to do still. I've been doing it a bunch lately. I think, with the pandemic, we've all been thinking a lot about our relationships to other people and reaching out to people that we haven't spoken with maybe for a long time or lost track of or something. And we've also been watching a lot of television. And so I've been seeing people who I might have worked with a long time ago and still had their, email address or, but hadn't really been in touch with for a long time, or, maybe didn't know all that well, but knew somebody who could get a message to them. And I've just been sort of trying to reach out of the blue and just say, hey, I saw this thing that you did 7 years ago that I finally got around to watching, and you were so amazing in it. And, it really, I had these thoughts or felt these things, and thank you for doing that. And, and it's selfishly, it makes you feel good somehow to get to do that. And I would hope that it makes the people getting it feel good as well. And you can do it to the guy in the deli. You can do it you have a million chances every day to turn to somebody and say, I saw you take extra time with that person who, obviously was having a hard day and couldn't get their change right. And well done you, Imagine what the world would be like if we did that more.
Yeah, it's kind of mind-boggling because you think, next guy I'll do that. I don't have time for that. Yeah. But one little motion, one little action, that's the butterfly effect. Is just cascades. Yeah. And I mean, unfortunately, your brain can turn around and you can think, well, I did something wrong, and then that did something wrong, and it goes the other direction. Right. Such is life, you get mired down in that. But then maybe right in the middle of that, someone goes, hey, you okay? And then stop and restart.
Yeah, and in this past 15 months, if we've gotten no other lesson, the lesson should be that we are so much more connected than we thought, and our actions affect each other, and we aren't able to just be safe and well independent of other people. That's been made really clear, I think. Right. And it's interesting too, because I find that the world of comics and fans of comics, when I started doing Professor Pig, I went and bought a bunch of back issues that Professor Pig appeared in, partly just as research because I love doing research, and partly because I've always been a comics kid, and so it gave me an excuse to, as a business expense, buy some more old comics.
I'll take it.
But I was reminded when I went, because I hadn't been in a comic store for a while, it's maybe the most inclusive, embracing place on earth. Like, there are every kind of person in there, and every kind of background, and every kind of gender and race and income level, and I feel like comics in general are, and I'm not certain what it is about them, but I think they celebrate stories like that, stories of people connecting or doing, a small gesture that has massive ramifications, or hundreds and hundreds of small gestures that add up to things. Like, comics are aware of the mythic in a way that a lot of things aren't, and I just think it's such a environment, and obviously can be more positive, but I think these kinds of thoughts make a lot of sense in a comic universe.
Yeah, not everything in a comic book is some strong guy punching a planet. There's two people sitting on a corner having an amazing conversation, and you're like, "Oh, I've been there. I need to be part of this." And you're drawn into it, and it just matters. And then you read it. I was
the
saying,
way comics. The way comics have so often revealed the humanity of the of the big superheroes and stuff. I mean, there's it. I think even in the earliest days, I mean, you learned Superman's story of being born of this humble, or raised in these humble conditions, even though he's this incredible being on this planet. I think from the beginning, even though it's like big muscly people punching each other, that human aspect of it has always been at the core of what comic artists and writers wanted to tell, and they wanted to use these stories to talk about inequities in society in a way that people would tune into and maybe hear and listen to. Looking back, I think I learned a lot about ethics and morals from my comic books.
True, very true. Sorry, I got distracted by looking at a comment. I want to ask you a minor segue to a much different topic, but I watched a behind-the-scenes video of you doing your makeup for Fun Home and putting on the wig and the glasses.
Right.
And I couldn't help it. I looked at your face and I was like, that's Superman wearing Clark Kent's glasses. There was a little wave to the hair. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
He totally looks like he could be Superman right now. And I watched another video.
That's probably the closest I'll ever get to being Superman, but for that moment.
Start pushing the voiceover work, because you sound like a superhero. You have a very engaging, kind tone, and Superman's had to talk people off of ledges just as much as he has to lift ledges off.
That's true.
So we're not done with you yet. There's an infinity stone worth of your career. We might be done with this interview, though. I need to have Kelly or someone pop in and tell me how we're doing on time, because we're close to the top of the hour. And I think we'll be a moment, so we're just going to keep going.
Okay.
Let's speak to a second about your longevity, because last night we had a family gathering, and we had a friend here, and I said, guess what I get to do tomorrow? I get to interview Michael Cerveris. She's like, I know that name. What has he done? I was like, award-winning Broadway performer? No. Fringe? Remember? No, I don't want sci-fi. I go, Fame. And she's like, and right away, eyes lit up, and she knew. That show is like 35 years old. And in another interview, you pointed out that it's even difficult to find anything other than a clip on YouTube.
Yeah. And
she remembers you. That speaks volumes to your creative process, your longevity, your skill set, everything. I think to your humility, because all the interviews I've watched, you're just like very kind to anyone you're talking to. And I have no reason to doubt that that's who you are at any other given time.
Yeah.
So we really appreciate you being part of this experience.
Oh, thanks. And it may have been partly because of my hair back in Fame. Like that hair was probably hard to forget. It may stick with people a lot.
she was already there, but I kind of go like with the bangs, and she's like, "Oh, yeah." Now I did get a note pop up says we can go 10 minutes late, which is good.
Oh,
So
cool.
we got a few more things to talk about. This is more
yeah,
of a,
that means everything to me. That you hope that the things that you do mean something to people and matter to them the way that things that I've watched and since I was a kid stay with me and change me or open my mind to something or comforted me at the time when I needed it. So if the things that you have done do that for somebody else, that's kind of the best thing you could possibly hope for. And it's really sweet to be reminded of that from time to time. And it's another thing that helps you find the energy to go on when it gets hard, because it's not an easy life a lot of the time. So that kind of thing, I think, means a whole lot.
yeah.
I remember being on a train because it's one thing when you do a show, a play, it happens for that moment and then it sort of disappears but you're in the room with everybody that is likely to be affected by what you did that night. And I was just starting to get little tiny things in TV shows, and I was on a train one night. I can't remember. I was going like something from New York, maybe back to West Virginia where I grew up, and I remember going through the night and going through one of those sections where you're basically in the backs of people's houses, and every house like had a little blue glow from whatever room the TV was in. And I think it was a time when I knew that I had a small part in an episode of some TV show that was on that night at that time while the train was going. And I thought I could be passing by houses where people are watching my face on screen right now, and they'll never know me. I'll never know them. I'm, hurtling through the night outside their window, but we have this weird like moment of connection through particles flying around the air, and I just thought that was kind of magic.
Yeah, for sure. That is one of the little philosophical mysteries of the universe or something. It's just like you think about it that way, and you're like, you kind of wish you could step out of time and view both sides of it.
Yeah,
they don't know. Hey, that guy on the screen, I wonder where he is right now. Well,
right.
There he went.
He's
too late now.
All that noise on the train back it up.
Yeah. There we go. Now, before we get out of time, I wanted to be certain. I believe I was told to say that you are going to sign autographs and send them to people.
Yeah. Be happy to.
And I believe it was $40 for an autograph on Venmo, and it is at Low Heat Records, LOWHEATREORDS, Low Heat Records.
Right. Yeah.
And then you have to include a mailing address.
Yes, yeah. So I know where to send it. Otherwise, I'll just be on a train going across the country, like looking for you. So
was it you? I don't know.
Yeah.
Now,
and now that I know that we're doing this for the Actors Fund, I'll give a percentage of it to them. I'll make a donation to them as well.
There it is, folks. There it is. Good guy. Kelly said we had about 10 minutes, so let's see. We're going to start in a few more minutes. So let me just point this one out. This was a comment more than a question. Anthony of NYC asks, hi, I'm sorry. I missed the beginning of this question. Bring it back around. How did it feel playing Tommy in the Broadway musical? Really enjoyed the show. I grew up with the music.
It was like the thrill of a lifetime for me. I mean, I can't imagine a better way to come to Broadway for the first time. It started as this little regional theater job out in Southern California, and who knew what, I'm sure they hoped that it was going to become what it did, but there was no way of knowing. It was, I mean, again, I grew up as a fan of The Who. I remember checking these big photograph books of rock photographs out of the library when I was a kid, and I wasn't the greatest drawer, so I would like trace the outlines. I used to do this with comic books all the time. It's how I learned to draw like superheroes, and so I would do it sometimes with some of my favorite rock performers too. So I had somewhere a picture that I had drawn as a kid of Pete Townsend jumping in the air and Roger Daltrey singing behind him. So I'd been a fan always, but I didn't know all of their stuff, which was good, because I think if I had been completely overwhelmingly a fan, I would have been terrified to even try to do this. But it was a thrill, and as a rock and roll kid and a theater kid, it was this amazing combination of all the aspects of my life that I never thought would all kind of come together in one place. Doing it was so fun and such a thrill and a real challenge, but an exciting one always. And when we finished it in California and then found out that we were going to get to do it in New York, that was thrilling too, and all the hubbub that came around with that. And opening night, you're meeting people, Robert Plant is there, and Joe Walsh, who's like an old pal of Townsend's, and all these other people. Like, it was just kind of mind-blowing. And the awards stuff was not something I even was clever enough to imagine happening. And I was loving it so much that when the chance to leave the show and take it and open the first European company in Germany came up, I was like, yeah, okay, I'll do that too. And I ended up doing it for like a year and a half there as well, which was exciting in a whole other way, and getting to see other parts of the world and other people. It was just an amazing journey, as they say.
They say. Well, here's a throwback from a few minutes ago. Let's get this. Does anyone want Professor Pig taking a train ride to find them? Coupled with this comment, which says, well, I'd pass on Professor Pig, not fan of the worst pies in Gotham.
Yeah, I spent so much time baking all those little pies for people at that dinner, and nobody seemed to appreciate them, least of all Penguin.
Some people just have no
some
vision.
People just no respect.
Some people do have vision. And that would be these people right here, because so far, $665 for the Actors Fund so far.
Terrific.
People helping people. Here we go. Now I'm going to defer to our support staff at the moment, second time, if we need to run our Actors Fund video, or where do we stand? Kelly or anyone?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Talk about for 1 minute and 52 seconds. I have no idea. I had some good notes. I think I've used up all of them. So let's go forward. What have you got going on right now or coming up that we can look forward to seeing?
Well, my band Loose Cattle just put out a new record last Friday. It's called Heavy Lifting, and it's available on all the wherever you get your music, iTunes and Spotify and Bandcamp. It's available to download and also CDs, and we've got vinyl that should be ready in about a week. It's Americana kind of band, and we're really proud of this record. We thought we were going to release it a year ago in April, and that didn't turn out to be a good time to do anything like that, which gave us more time to kind of think about it and tweak it and work on all the album art and stuff. So we're really glad to have it out and hope that we can get out and tour it and play it for people in the months and year ahead. And then I just finished the first season of a new series for HBO that Julian Fellows is creating, called The Gilded Age. That's kind of Downton Abbey in America. It's America, New York in 1882, and sort of two houses across the street from each other one occupied by Christine Bransky and Cynthia Nixon, who are kind of representative of the old New York and old New York society. And then across the street, this brand new massive home built by Morgan Spector and Carrie Coon, who are kind of representatives of the new industrial class and the new New York. And typically with the Julian Fellows thing, there's a cast of dozens and dozens and dozens, a lot of them terrific New York theater actors. And there's, all the upstairs, downstairs intrigue, but there's also a lot of interesting cultural and societal kind of intrigue and critique. It's in doing research for this, I learned how much that period in America, just post, a little bit post Civil War, and the beginning of the industrial age, was where a lot of the things that we're grappling with now, from income inequality to race struggles to the role of the police and everything else, like the seeds of a lot of this happened in that time. So I think it's going to be satisfying for Downton fans hugely, but it's also, I think, going to open up that world to a lot of new people, I hope.
Now, did you say that's already available or is still?
No, we just finished shooting it. I think it'll probably come out on HBO probably early next year, I'm guessing.
Okay, very good, very good. This has been excellent. I've enjoyed this greatly. This was a
Thanks, me too, John.
for weeks. And
all
I
right.
really hope that we see you again somewhere soon in this sort of situation. Maybe you could come to Metropolis and meet some of those people, looking straight in the eye, and tell you that, hey, I saw what you did, and I want you to know it was really great.
I'd be happy to do that.
Tell me, what do you know? What do you know? What do you know?
I think what you all are doing is really great, by the way.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm popping in because you guys it's time. It's time. Thank you, Michael. Thank you. This was wonderful. It's wonderful. Kristen's in the comments. We're up to $665. So we're getting there. We're getting to our goal. Michael, thank you for joining us. You helped bring people in, and this is wonderful. I enjoyed your panel. John, you did a great job. And now I have to kick you guys out for the next panel. So, yep, got it. Time is a cruel mistress. So,
Thanks
you two have a great day. Michael, I hope to see you again at some event. And I'm going to kick you out and do the spiel and bring in the next panel. So, thank you both.
Great.
Thank you, Michael.
You're welcome. Have a great
Thank
day.
you, Kelly. Bye-bye.
Thanks. All right. So thank you, everyone. As you can see, we are on con time. So everything's running late today. So I just want to say a quick thanks to the podcasts that have made this convention happen. We've got a lot of podcasters on our team, myself included. So being self-serving here. And this celebration is also a fundraiser for the Actors Fund, as we have mentioned. So I'm going to play our little video, and then I'm going to start our next panel.
This convention is also a fundraiser for the Actors Fund. The Actors Fund fosters stability and resiliency and provides a safety net for performing arts and entertainment professionals over their lifespan. You can support the Actors Fund by following the link below and donating. Every donation also enters you into our sweepstakes and gives you a chance to win these fantastic prizes.
All right, we are back. So this panel is cosplay photography with three of my favorite cosplay photographers. So I am really excited. I'm going to bring them in. First up is Mr. Carlin Stewart, who has also been instrumental in helping with the behind the scenes team. So Carlin's pulling double duty. Thank you, Carlin. Oh, you're muted.
Let me fix that. Yeah.
Yes. And behind
It's been
you,
fun. Oh, yes. The horde of comics and pulp magazines.
we have decided that Carlin, oh my gosh, I can't talk. This is only my first panel, and I already can't talk.
I have been designated as a dragon that hoards books.
The best kind of dragon.
Yeah.
Best kind of dragon. Next up.
Better than skulls, right?
Exactly. Yay, Carlin. Next up is D of Toy Robot Visual Arts. I am tripping over my words this morning. Welcome, D.
Good morning.
Coffee will save you.
I'm on my second cup of caffeinated tea, and it's still, I got nothing. And then we have Mr. Mark Schaefer.
Woo-hoo!
Welcome, Mark. How are you gentlemen today?
Doing good.
Wonderful.
The fact that we're actually made it through all the technical hoops and stuff and made it onto the panel is testimony of how great this is working. So hopefully it'll go great. I've never done one of these before. So,
well, I'm so glad that you came on. I tried to have you last time around, and there was a schedule conflict because for anyone who doesn't know, I am a cosplayer, but I think you all know this by now. And Mark Schaefer is the first photographer I ever worked with. And he taught me how to pose. I didn't know anything. I was an awkward turtle. I'm still an awkward turtle, but I'm less awkward thanks to Mark. So thank you, Mark.
You're welcome.
And Carlin, I know you were telling me in the private chat, thank you, that my necklace is backwards. It's not. It says Leap of Faith. It's really hard to... This is from Kristen, who's very sweet. She sent this to me as a thank you because we've been collaborating on this. She started... So I brought her in on the celebration, and she started working 6 months ago. As soon as I brought her in after the last one in January, and she's been working her butt off. And yay, Kristen! Yes. And so she deserves so much credit. Like, she's not on screen, so I feel like I'm sorry, I'm taking up your panel, but she deserves so much credit. And she's not on screen because she's having internet issues, but she deserves a lot of credit. She booked all the guests. She's been doing all the promoting. She got us set up. She's amazing. So that said, now to talk to our three amazing photographers. So let's just start with introductions. I'm going to go clockwise. So from what I'm seeing on screen. So Carlin, why don't you introduce yourself and tell us how you got into photography and also specifically cosplay photography? Because obviously that's two different paths.
Well, I mean, photography, I spent more money than I probably ever should have in high school and early college, burning rolls on rolls of film back in those days. And then I didn't start really attending conventions until after I got married. And it was, I literally walked into a comic shop one day and there was a flyer and I'm like, gosh, I really should be going to these things because I'm a geek. And I started going and I'm like, I should really bring my camera. And so, and over time, now we have the advent of digital photography. So it's easy. And I've been dragging a camera around for years and, 20 years of conventions later.
Yes. Yep. That is one of your pictures. And
there's another match that goes with that. Yes. That's the original comic, oversized, that they posed for and recreated the cover for me.
Yeah.
Oh,
and then I believe that's Ginger.
Yes, that is Ginger when she was probably about 2, maybe 3.
You know, she's getting super
old.
If
you look at that face, it's like she's in the moment. That is, as far as she's concerned, that is Wonder Woman.
And that's the magic of cosplay.
Oh,
and this is when you and I first met, Carlin.
That would have been probably the first year. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I remember you and I were in line and someone had a Captain America shield and you're like, here, hold this. So it's covering your costume, though I didn't quite cover my skirt. You're like, just trust me. It's going to be a cool shot.
Yeah. Because it looks like you did something with Captain.
Yes.
There's some crossover going on, and we ain't talking about literary.
Yes. I'm like, okay, so this is the thing. No, I love this shot. Like, that's why when you sent me pictures to choose from, I was like, yep, I'm gonna put that in. A little self-serving. That was my Wonder Woman 1.0. I think that was my first version of Wonder Woman. So next up, D. Tell me who you are, how you got into photography, and also how you got into cosplay photography.
Well, I'm the owner, lead photographer, director, editor, everything for Toy Robot Visual Arts. I got into cosplay photography. I kind of fell into it. We started off, we went to our first con about 10 years ago, and as usual, wherever I go, I have a camera with me. And so I walked in the door with my family and realized that we had found our nirvana among these people. And immediately the camera came out, I started shooting, and it just kind of grew from there. We started, I mean, you leave your first con, and it's like now you're a junkie. You have to find other cons to go to. And so that's what we started doing, is like we were looking for every con we could find. And it just kind of became our thing. I mean, we do other kinds of photography, but con photography and cosplay photography just kind of became the thing that we got associated with. And, so we started going and doing all kinds of con related events, and then hooking up with cosplayers that wanted to do, action photo shoots like the Logan shoot that you showed a picture of a minute ago.
That one is... It could have been straight out of the movie.
Yeah, that's actually my youngest daughter that's dressed as Laura there. And when we saw the first trailer for the Logan movie, we turned and looked at her and looked back at the trailer, and we're like, we got something here. So we started building that cosplay, and we just so happened to have a really good friend that's an amazing Wolverine cosplayer. And we went out and we did this photo shoot here, and there's a lot of other photos that go along with it, but this one was everybody's favorite that came out of that. But that was another thing that kind of was an offshoot of doing the cosplay photography, is getting together with people and going out and staging shots like this one here. And I love finding actors and actresses like the Ray that you just showed. I mean, this girl right here just really embodies the character. And I love when people see a character that they really identify with and they go all the way with it. I mean, this would have been a loss had this girl not realized that she looked this much like the character and developed a really solid cosplay around it. So I love capturing things like that and being able to hang on to that and to reflect that. And then, of course, little kids that get into it at this age, I mean, you can't not take a picture of that. So.
Right.
But we've developed some really good contacts over the years with people that call us and they say, hey, we've got this event going on here, this event going on there. And we do a lot of traveling to meet up with these folks. And we get invited now to a lot of fundraising events, charity events, things like that, where we show up and shoot all the cosplayers and help kind of share that with their fans, so that their fans can know that these events are going on and contribute to whatever the cause is that they're working for.
That is excellent. All right, so Mark, who are you? How'd you get into photography, and specifically how'd you get into cosplay photography?
Okay. I'm Mark Schaefer, and I started collecting comic books when I was about 3 years old. I got into photography when I was about 9 years old. I was in a 4-H photography club. The two hobbies didn't cross over till many, many years later in my adulthood, probably about 2006. I used to go to the comic store, get Wizard magazine. I'd see all these Comic-Cons that they were covering, and all these great pics, all these great outfits. And it was like, I want to go, So I went to my very first Comic-Con and took my camera with me, started taking pictures, and it wasn't long after that I started posting them on social media. We had, I think Flickr and MySpace were just coming out at that time. And so that's where it kind of took off. And then as social media became bigger and bigger and more people were getting on it, more people kind of, everybody here will probably agree, you know, the photography game, it just took off. I mean, you know, it got very competitive. You know, it was like the cosplayers finding, you know, the right lighting. I think everybody was really starting to up their game, up their craft, you know, and that's what happened for me. And I still enjoy going to Comic-Cons. You know, I'm like a lot of folks, we've been stuck inside for a year and a half now. We're all ready to get out and hang out and see great costumes from all kinds of genres, comic books, steampunk, anime, anything of that nature. You know, so I'm like everybody else. I'm chomping at the bit to get out and start taking pictures again.
I'm ready too. I'm ready. All right. So, what are the tools of the trade? So, what tools do you think are absolutely necessary? Like, Mark, you kind of segged right into it, like almost like you got a cheat sheet ahead of time. What's absolutely necessary for what you do?
I think he's frozen.
I'll start with, obviously you got to have a camera. You know, digital photography cheaper, easier to get. You know, I think if you really want to be a good photographer, you also have to know about lighting. And that's the other thing too. Lighting is getting easier, cheaper, more mobile. You know, you've seen me lug around all these big flashes and electronic this and that and the other. That's all going digital.
Oh, Mark, we're losing you. Ooh.
Literally in a little packet the size of a Happy Meal, you can carry the lighting kit.
All right. And what about you, Carlin? What do you think are the tools of the trade?
Well, I mean, as Mark said, you gotta get a camera that you can walk around with. But any camera, it's about developing an eye and understanding light source. I can't tell you how many times you'll start to take a photo and you're like, wait, you're backlit and you're just gonna be a giant shadow, or oh wait, that trash can is photobombing the photo. You need to move 2 feet to the right or to the left to, you know. So much of it is about, I mean, there's like you said about the Captain America shield. It's about, a lot of times it's about composition. And I mean, and Mark lugs a lot of stuff around, and I tend to be more of a walk around guy. My favorite lens is a 28 to 70 millimeter, just because it gives me a fairly good range of action, and I don't have to worry about swapping stuff out all the time. So, you know.
That makes sense. And what about you, Dee?
I think a lot of what goes into good cosplay photography is a knowledge of what you're doing. I see a lot of people that are like, well, you know, you must have a nice camera, or, you know, something like that. And that's not really what it's about. I mean, you can have a $4,000 camera and still take awful pictures. I've seen a lot of photographers, especially in the con circuit, that think that because they bought an expensive camera, that makes them a photographer, and it really doesn't. We live in a great era where you can go on YouTube and watch videos that will grow your skill exponentially. And I've come across videos every once in a while that completely change my view on photography, because I learned something from it that I never thought about before. And if you're not willing to learn, develop, and grow, then basically what's going to happen is 10 years from now, you're still going to be taking pictures that look like the pictures you took 10 years ago. I look at pictures I took 10 years ago and they make me cringe sometimes. And while I would love to be able to look back at everything I've ever done and just love it, I look back at things I did 10 years ago and I'm like, yeah, I kind of want to take that off of my site because I don't think it represents what I do now. So the knowledge of the art and the function of your equipment, and as Carlin said, having a good eye is everything. If you can't look at something and see a way to make it different than the guy that's standing next to you, then you're not really contributing anything. You're just taking another picture. I can't tell you how many times I've been at a con and I find a really cool background and I bring a cosplayer over and I stand them in that background. I take their picture and I walk away, and 30 other photographers walk up and start duplicating the shot that I just did, because they realize, hey, this is really cool. So now there's 30 shots out there of the same person in the same position that I created, which is fun looking at it and going, hey, look, I did something that these other guys didn't think about. But it also is a little frustrating when I see that happen. But that being said, having that eye, being able to compose those things, being able to make that person stand out from what's behind them, so that it's not just this glob of people. That person is your subject. That cosplayer is what's important, and being able to separate them from the crowd behind them, to me, that's what a cosplayer wants to see in a picture you take of them.
Absolutely. I agree. So, this kind of dovetails nicely into my next question. What advice would you give to someone who wanted to get into cosplay photography? Carlin, do you want to go first?
Sure. Just like anyone that says about writing, you just got to get a camera. And you just get a camera. All three of us have fairly expensive cameras, and over time we've bought different lenses. But Mark and I both have been stopped, and the only option we had at the moment was our cell phone. And we've still pulled off decent photos with our cell phone. And Daryl, I'm sure you have too.
Yep.
But so you just have to start. You have to go out and start shooting. And you need some basic stuff. You need to make sure you need to have a lens cover. A clear or a filtered lens cover to protect your lens. You need to make sure that you've got some basic cleaning equipment, because you're walking around. I'll give you an example. I was actually at a church family camp, and I went over to take some photos of the kids doing this kickball thing. Well, it turns out it was like this box that simulated a foosball table, but because it's in the dirt and in the earth, it was incredibly dusty. It's like I took those photos and immediately had to go clean the camera. So you just got to get out and start doing it. The only way you can do it is to take photos and build up the experience. If I went back and looked at some of my earlier photos, just like Daryl said, I'm like, it's like, okay, it's okay. It's a nice documentary of some event of life, but it's not the greatest photo in the world.
That makes sense. Mark, what about you? What advice do you have for someone starting out?
Well, and I'm assuming you want to take good pictures. Nobody wants to take pictures that suck. If you, the principles of good cosplay photography are the same as good photography, period. You don't have to have a super expensive camera. And even with a cell phone, the things that cell phones can do, the iPhone 12 has got, it's a game changer, the camera that's on that. But you need to understand the mechanics of photography. And by that, I mean, understand what makes for good exposure, understand lighting, light sources, that type of thing. And like Dee said, that information is readily available on YouTube, even on Instagram. People will post little snippets of what to do, how they did their shots and stuff. But YouTube is just a wealth of information. I wish that they had that when I was a kid.
I can't imagine how much better I would be right now if we had.
Yeah, I had about 3 or 4 primary photo books. I started out with a Minolta camera, and Minolta came out with a photography guide, and of course I bought it. And then there's a couple other people that had written books on photography, and I bought those. But it was reading that got me there. It wasn't because YouTube didn't exist. You're exactly right, guys.
Well, I was lucky. There was a photography studio back when people still paid somebody to go take their pictures. Take the family. Everybody dresses up, or you get your senior photos and all that kind of stuff. There was a local photography studio, and they were teaching photography classes. It was like a 9-week course. You come in on Monday nights for like 2 or 3 hours. They would give you a homework assignment, type of picture they wanted you to take, like a long exposure or some type of depth of field or something. And then the next week you would come back. They taught us how to develop film in a film lab. I mean, that's kind of becoming a lost art. And so I was actually lucky to have that kind of access. You know, that like you, Carlin, I was shooting with an Minolta X1.
I'm jealous. I'm jealous.
Yeah,
You got to take a film photography class.
It was worth the money, and it was crazy cheap too. I want to say it was something like $25 or something.
Oh, come on, man.
Yeah, my dad.
I got gypped.
Yeah, so for the princely sum of $50, you know, the two of us, you know, for 9 weeks, we did all kinds of cool stuff. Worked on photography projects and stuff, and so that was where I learned the basics. You know, again, your lighting, your exposure is, you know, your ISO, your aperture speed, and your shutter speed, and you know, those three things make up a pie. And if you learn just even the basic rudiments of that, and you also learn how the camera focuses. The autofocus that's on cameras today is amazing. I mean, when I was a kid, again, you know, back in 05, you know, we sound like that guy, but you know, we had to manually focus everything. It was all manual.
Back in 1986.
You know, yeah. But if you learn that, you know, you really were able. You understood the rudimentary basics here to be able to jump to digital, and you know, digital has opened up such a wide world for everybody. I mean. And with social media, you not only have the tools, you know, that are readily available to take great pictures, but, you know, you way to share it with the world, you know, whether Instagram, you know, WhatsApp, Flickr, SmugMug, Facebook, you know, you have all these outlets, Twitter, where you can share your work with people.
I agree. So what advice would you give to cosplayers to help them get the most out of their photo shoots and get the best photos? Like I said, Mark, you took me to school. And thank you again.
Well, some photographers or cosplayers are just naturals. Either maybe they've had some experience at modeling, or they just get in that camera, they got that sass, you know, they bring it, they know, you know. If it's a character who has a signature move, I mean, how many anime, you know, kids have you seen to kind of this, you know?
Yeah.
That's the go-to is, you know, the little, you know, hi. But, you know, if you're directing a photo shoot, it's kind of like directing a movie. I mean, you've got to kind of understand, you know, you know, need to be able to quickly assess the cosplayer's level of skill. And a lot of folks, they're brand new. They don't know. They spent 12 months working on a costume and they get to the con. It's like, so sometimes you kind of got to help kind of feel that out, and you got to give them some, you know, some advice. For modeling, again, YouTube is a great source, but, you know, modeling is very simple. You know, for guys, basically they have what's called the 2-curve rule. And for ladies, they have what's called the 3-curve rule for how you position your body. If you just even understand those two basic things, guys, you know, don't curve your body in more than 2 places at one time. Ladies, don't curve your body in more than 3 places at one time. Always be aware of what's called your key light, what the most important light source. Now, again, the rules are meant to be broken, but if you just want to learn something, 2 basic things. One is be aware of what your main source of light is. Your face should always be to that main source of light. And again, ladies, some type of 3-curve pose, you know, whether it's the hips, the knees, the shoulders. Guys, it can be a 2-curve pose, whether it's the hips, the shoulders, or maybe the arm and the shoulders. Carlin's doing his 2-curve pose right now with his neck and his wrist, you know. So, Carlin, you know, but yeah, you know, if you know your basics there, just how to that type of stance. And if it were me, if I were a cosplayer, I would say, you know, get in front of the mirror, practice. That's always great. Get in front of the mirror and practice. Get yourself, you know, 2 or 3 what I would call go-to poses, and that just bust out those poses. You know, because again, nowadays with cons, there's lots of people, traffic flowing, everybody's around. You don't have a lot of time. You know, it's like you might hit those 2 or 3 poses, you know, the photographer gets and you're done, other people are going to want to move in, so that's one of the things you can do. And again, YouTube is your friend. There's all kinds of just quick, easy modeling. Just look up modeling tutorial on YouTube and prepare to drink from the fire hose. You will be overwhelmed.
All right, Carlin, do you want to go next with advice?
I think Mark pretty much covered it. I mean, and sometimes you just got to step up and go, try moving your arm this way. I mean, be open to suggestion and instruction, because if you're, sometimes you'll see people posing up a shot and you're like, oh, if I take it from this angle, it looks kind of creepy. If it's got children in it or something, and you're like, no, we got to repose this. So, just be willing to take some instruction from the guy taking the photo.
Which I think goes into finding a photographer that you can develop a rapport with and trust.
That's true too. It's not a one-way street too. You also, as a photographer, you want input from that character, from that cosplayer. If they tell you that it's important that forearms out here because that's his signature move when he lands on the pavement, listen to him. It's a collaborative thing. That's I always say there's no big I's, there are no little U's. Make sure, especially at like group shoots, hopefully let everybody get some face time. You don't want one person hogging the whole photo shoot, or or other people aren't getting shots too. It's like if everybody shows up, everybody should get some face time.
And you were so good at that, Mark.
How many times have we had to shoot the Scooby-Doo gang at Superman Celebration?
Yeah, 100 degrees. Sunlight is very harsh, and it is right overhead. And, that's the other thing. Carlin, you mentioned I lugged around all this equipment because no one ever says, "Oh, Mark, let's take this picture at 2 hours before sunset." In this nice shady with a breeze type area. It's always like, "Oh, can you come take this picture at midnight? In the graveyard? And with no lights, no nothing.
What was the photo shoot you wound up doing at some abandoned house one night? I think with Matt Wagner.
Supernatural.
We did
had a different one.
Shoot at a condemned house. It's like, again,
those were awesome.
Let's go to the library where it's air conditioned and take a picture. It's like, let's go to this deserted house that's been condemned. The basement's full of water. The floors are falling in. And hopefully we don't get bitten by anything. And all the neighbors, that was funny. All the neighbors were bringing lawn chairs out and just sitting us, watching us. We were their Saturday night entertainment.
Yeah, you were the nightly entertainment. Daryl, you got anything to add on that one? Any weird?
I did a film shoot that sounds very similar to that. A couple of years back, I was asked to come and I was asked to come and do behind the scenes video, and I ended up being the primary cinematographer on a short film. And we were shooting in an old abandoned drive-in theater concession stand. And the roof was collapsed. There was no power. There was stuff all over the place. We were stepping over broken glass and nails and everything the entire night. So yeah, I can totally relate to the, we're going to find the absolute worst conditions to put people in.
Like, I'm going to need a tetanus
now
shot.
Go. Yeah.
I'm going to need a tetanus shot after this,
exactly.
Right?
I just kept, I kept waiting to hear stuff, skittering and squeaking behind me, and ended up getting bit by rats or something. But in the end, it was a fun project. I mean, we must have spent 6 hours in that little building that was about the size of most people's bathrooms, but it was fun. But it does always seem that when somebody else asks you come in and take this picture or come in and shoot this footage, they don't have an idea for the conditions that they are asking you to step into. It's always, it's high noon. We're standing out, on the front steps of this building in direct sunlight and heat. They don't understand all the deals with shadowing and overexposure and everything else that goes along with that. Not to mention trying to get 30 people in this group shoot to all look at you and not squint in the sunlight and everything else. And, if somebody comes to you and says, "Hey, we'd like to do a group picture when would be the best time to do it? Then you can lay out your terms. You can say, hey, let's meet at 6 o'clock this evening. Let's meet over here and let's do that. But nobody ever does that. They always come to you and say, we're going to do this group shoot. We're doing it at noon. Meet us here. And you show up, and you just got to kind of wing it and make the best of it.
Oh, you just made me think of something. Back in the days of film, we typically shot with, say, 1 or 200 or 400 speed film, depending on what we were doing, maybe 1,000 if it was like a real big speed, a sporting event. And, if it was a cloudy day, I'm like, oh, thank God I've got to roll a 200 because, and a cloudy day was great because you didn't have that sun glare.
It was like the ultimate diffusion filter.
Yeah.
And for the folks watching, when we talk about the
unlike my light ring hitting my lenses, but hey.
Yeah, your best times for taking pictures at what they call the golden hours, 2 hours after sunrise, 2 hours before sunset. That's your best time. That's when the lighting's the best, unless you live in Alaska and it's 30 days of night. But 2 hours after sunrise, 2 hours before sunset. Those are your golden hours. That's your best time. If pick up any magazine, I'm going to throw out Sports Illustrated magazine swimsuit issue. Those are either shot 2 hours after sunrise in the morning, 2 hours, before sunset in the evening. That's your golden hour. The light's not too harsh. You get nice side lighting. Everybody looks great. That's if you can get your photographer locked in for that time, grab those time slots. That's when you want to do it, Now, if again, rules are made to be broken. If you're doing some kind of horror, monster, supernatural, something else, obviously you want to shoot it in the dark or at night, after it's already gotten dark. But just in general, your best hours to shoot, your worst times to shoot are at lunchtime outside when it's broad daylight and the sun is very high overhead. Shooting cosplay, a lot of your cosplayers, their costumes, the fabric's going to be spandex, okay? And spandex by nature with that nylon material is very shiny, especially if they're wearing reds, yellows, oranges. The sun, it blows out, it overexposes. And so when you actually get the pictures back, it doesn't even look like there's a color there. The color washes out because it's reflecting sunlight. So if you're wearing spandex, that type of stretchy, shiny fabric, you want to either shoot earlier in the morning, later in the afternoon. And also, as Dee said, you don't want everybody squinting and doing this. It's because that's the other thing that takes a long time to get photos edited. If you're shooting in broad daylight at noon, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, there's almost always somebody squinting, and you've got, if you're lucky, maybe you've got a couple of pictures and you can kind of get swatches where their eyes are open and you can kind of fix it and composite it. But that type of thing, it takes a lot of time, and a lot of people don't realize. Literally, if you're shooting 30 people and it's outside and 6 or 7 of them have their eyes closed, fixing that takes a long time. Plus it just, it looks, everybody's sweating, their eyes are closed, a lot of times, most of these outfits are long sleeve, they don't breathe, so that's another thing too. If the sun's not bearing down on costume, it's easier for the costumer because they're not, out there, it's not as hot, at that time of the day.
And of course, everybody always has the same question. Well, can't you just fix it in Photoshop?
Photoshop, yes.
Apparently, you put a picture in Photoshop and boom, it's fixed. I get that a lot. We'll take pictures and I'll say, hey, we've got this condition that's here or that condition that's here. Let's do. Well, can't you just fix it in Photoshop? Or somebody feels like their appearance is not what it should be. They gained weight through COVID or whatever, and they're like, well, can you like take some weight off of me or what? It's like, I can do a certain amount of that, but don't put that expectation on me. I'm the photographer. I am recording what's in front of me. I'm not necessarily here to make you into something that you're not.
You're not a wizard.
Yeah, exactly. I had a photo shoot that I did a few years ago with a roller derby group, and a couple of them got really mad at me because I didn't take weight off of them and I didn't fix their hair. They were literally coming in to do their photos after practicing for 2 hours, and they would take off their helmets and not brush their hair. their faces were all splotchy and red, and they had this expectation that I was just going to fix that. And no, I'm not. I'm I can do a certain amount of filtering, I can do a certain amount of cleanup, but I'm not going to take someone that looks like a disaster and make them look like somebody else just because, that was their expectation. I can't do that.
Right.
Like, yeah, I'll just take your head and paste it on someone else's body.
Yeah, or I'll just go to some fashion magazine, cut out a model's face and stick it on yours.
Go ahead.
Photoshop, you can do a certain amount in Photoshop. That is true. And given enough time, you can do a lot of stuff in Photoshop. But again, these pictures that you see that wind up on magazine covers and stuff, that didn't happen in 1 hour, 5 hours, 10 hours. They'll spend a week of retouching. I mean, it's very complicated. So there's only so much you can do. And again, like I said, if somebody's got, maybe a loose hair or something, you can fix it. If there's a little bit of sweat stains or something, the minor stuff you can fix. If I see cigarette butts on the ground, sometimes I'll airbrush them out just because I'm not OCD, I'm CDO. That's like OCD, but the letters are in alphabetical order like they're supposed to be. But yeah, there's almost so much cheating. Yeah, you might can slim somebody a little bit, but again, what the rule is that as far as weight, you can't go more than 5%. And it might, so keep the math clean. If somebody weighed 100 pounds, you could take 5 pounds off of them maybe before it starts to, that's the whole thing. If you're doing photoshopping and stuff, you want it to look real, look natural.
Right.
Now it's got where people are so crazy with these filters and stuff that they put on cameras. It's like they get out their phone, I can take a picture with it, and everything else blurry. They look like a cartoon. They've got deer horns. It's crazy. And it's like, no, trust me, that's it too much.
I think
you only want to put a little gas on it, not full mustard. I
think that
again, it's one of the things, little touches here and there. Don't overdo it.
I think one of the problems that photographers are running into nowadays is these photo apps where people can filter themselves and people convince themselves that this looks natural. When they put that up as their social media profile picture, they are obviously convinced that this looks natural and everybody else is looking at it going, no, not so much. So they kind of have that expectation of photographers when we take their picture that we're going to do a certain level of filtering and cleaning up. And to be honest with you, if I'm doing a con, I don't have a reason to go and take all of my pictures of the cosplayers and do a bunch of cleanup work on them. I might throw a color pop filter on it or, add a little bit here and there, but I don't feel that it's the job of the cosplay photographer at a live event, especially, to go in and change the appearance of the people that I'm taking pictures of. Now, if I'm doing a individual photo shoot and that person has certain things that they would like me to clean up a little, we can do that. I've got a great art director. My wife handles a lot of the art direction in the pictures that we take. And she goes in and she'll clean up things on a photo shoot that we've done. But if I'm at a con and I'm taking your picture, I'm really not going to go in and do anything that's going to make you, yeah, that's her. I'm not going to go in and do anything that makes you look all that different, because to me, at a con event, capturing a cosplayer in that costume, that's what that person wants. That's what they are representing. And it's not on me as a photographer to change you or your appearance. If you're dressed as Iron Man, I'm not going to cut out your face and put Robert Downey Jr.'s face on top of that. I want a picture of you as Iron Man. So I'm not going to go in and make a bunch of changes that make you look like somebody else. Now, if you're a little heavy set, we're doing a photo shoot and you need me to trim a little bit off, we can do that, but not at a live event.
Right.
And that
too much makes it obvious, and then you don't want that either,
Yeah, and it just starts to look ridiculous after a while.
Yeah, and that kind of dovetails into a question that was in our private chat. If you have any advice for plus size cosplayers, and personally, I think cosplay is for everyone, every size. But any advice for them and how they should approach photo shoots.
Is this for, did you say plus size?
Plus size cosplayers. Like,
right.
yeah, what advice do you have?
Primarily,
go ahead.
Primarily, dress for your own level of confidence. Don't overshoot your confidence because you like this particular character, but then once you get the costume on, suddenly you're self-conscious, because that is going to reflect in the pictures. If you are scared of the people that are walking by looking at you, if you're scared of that attention, if you're concerned about what people are thinking, that reflects in your face in the pictures, and it's going to show. So choose something that makes you feel good about yourself. You know, if you are a larger person, maybe don't wear a spandex costume. Maybe find a version of this character you identify with that's a little more clothed, a little more covered, and it's a little more flattering to your particular body style. Because if not, you're going to spend the entire day walking around tugging at your clothes and doing adjustments and covering up. And you can tell in someone's posturing what they're uncomfortable about. If you know you don't like your bust line, in every picture you're standing with your arms crossed like this, it becomes obvious. So number one is dress for your own personal confidence, and don't go beyond that. Don't overshoot that.
And I'll say that, you know, as a photographer, you know, if you're experienced and you're taking somebody, and here's the thing, not everybody has 3% body fat. Look at me, I certainly don't, you know, I'm a big person, but I can say this, if you're photographing somebody who may be a little bit larger, maybe they got a little extra weight in the stomach, maybe they got a little extra weight in the hips, maybe they got a little weight under the chin. There are flattering poses. That's part of the deal. There are certain ways you can position somebody and pose them. Again, a good rule of thumb here is the part of your body that is the closest to the camera is what's going to look the biggest, you know. And for a while there, everybody was doing the shot, and we called it the boot, you know, where they're sitting on the steps. And they got one leg out way in front and their boots out, and they're you know, and their foot looks like it's as big as a tree trunk, and the rest of it looks a little tiny. And like I said, everybody was doing that. I think the Gap started it with, and then all the cosplayers were doing this close. Whatever part of your body is closest to the camera is going to appear the biggest. So maybe if you've got a little weight around the midsection, you know, back up, lean into the camera, you know, make whatever the biggest part is, put it the furthest from the camera, and that makes it a little more flattering. And again, that comes with practice and kind of tweaking it and stuff. And again, lighting. You can use lighting. Lighting is a good friend. Lighting and shadow. Shadows hide a lot. So depending on what you're doing, you can use your light to help look somebody, you know, look more flattering. You know, you can use light to sculpt the face, light to sculpt the features. And again, that it involves either being really keenly aware of your surrounding light or bringing your own light with you. But that's something else. You know, don't be afraid to tell the photographer, hey, you know, I'm a little more conscious about this or whatever, you know, because I'm not going to go to you and say, you know, maybe we should do this. You know, I don't want to scare somebody off from being themselves, you know, but again, just, you know, it's a collaborative effort. Try something, you know, that's more flattering for the person. Try lighting that's flattering. And usually I can tell you this, again, I'm a photographer, not a magician. You know, I can't make 50 pounds disappear, but I can make 15 or 20. And then with you know, Adobe, you know, that magical sauce that you rub on stuff in digital, you can do stuff with that as well, you know, a certain amount. But again, it's like Dee was saying, you know, it's very time consuming to do that, and you can't do that for everybody. Now, if it's, you know, especially run and gun photography at a con. Now, if it's one of those things where you've kind of worked this out, maybe behind the scenes on Facebook, texting, whatever, saying, hey, let's go meet over by this really cool statue at you know, 4:00 in the afternoon. It's our photo shoot. It's our time. We've got, you know, obviously you're in control of the lighting and everything. You kind of know what you're doing. You're familiar with the situation, and you can do a lot more, you know, when you're on your own home turf. Where it gets dicey is where people, again, when you're at a convention, maybe a city you've never been to before, And it's like, oh, come get a picture of me over here next to the traffic, or oh, here, let's go into this abandoned factory that, with the roof falling in and take a picture. I've had that done. Be cognizant of that too. I'll throw that as a safety tip. I know that's off topic here, and I'm trying to throw a lot out there, but don't ever put your cosplayer in some type of situation where they're in danger. Don't ask them to climb something, or, oh, hey, get over there next to those downed electrical cables. That'll really look cool. Don't do that, So
going off of something that Mark said about what the cosplayers are comfortable with, if I'm doing a one-on-one shoot with somebody, one of the first things that I'm going to ask them is, what are you happiest with about your appearance, and what do you absolutely hate about your appearance? And instead of me saying, geez, you got a big butt, don't you? That gives them the chance to say, I mean, I've shot a young lady that has a big butt, and she's very proud of it. And she wants that in her pictures, whereas somebody else with the same physique might absolutely hate that.
Baby got back.
Yeah, so it gives them the opportunity to say, well, look, I've got a big butt and I really like it. Or, my husband really likes my big butt, so I want that in the pictures. But I have really small boobs, so, if you can stay away from this and then feature this, and then that way I'm not the bad guy by coming up and suggesting one thing or another, and then maybe getting it wrong. It's like walking up to a woman and going, so what do you do? And she's like, well, I'm not pregnant. So, it's the same kind of situation. So let them express what they're happy with, what they're unhappy with, and then work around that.
That is really good advice.
I think Mark's wrong about the electrical wires. I think that's all kinds of fun.
I want that on video, though. I don't want just pictures of it.
Remind me not to do a one-on-one shoot with you, Carlin. That sounds dangerous.
Here, hold this rusty cable. It's raining.
10 feet, 10 stories down.
Do you have
stick your tongue on it.
Do you have disclaimers that you have people sign that or waiver forms?
I would if I did that.
Smart
but
man.
Did you die?
John knew you were going to say something like that. Well, we are running low on time because I want to try to get us back on track, and I'm out of my questions now. Do you all have anything else? Any other tips you want to share? Any other stories you want to share before we wind down with our panel?
I'd just like to throw in that along with doing cosplay photography, don't forget to do just some good documentational photos. I mean, it's always nice to take a photo of that awesome cupcake. Sissy's Sweet Shop. Come on. I mean, how many people haven't been to Sissy's Sweet Shop? Okay. And if you're not taking a photo of that latte and that cookie, you're doing something wrong.
Agreed.
I see a lot of people like in social media groups that are always asking questions about, well, how do I get started in this? How do I get started in that? And I feel like a lot of times the question actually means, how do I jump from where I am to where you are now? But the answer to the question to me of how do I get started in something like cosplay photography or whatever is, go to a con and take cosplay pictures. That's your start right there. Yep. Whatever equipment you have, don't ask me what camera to buy. Don't ask me what lens to buy. Take what you have, go to an event and take pictures, then go home and give yourself an honest critique, and then go back to another one and do it again, taking the time to better what you did last time. That's how you start in anything, whether it's cosplay photography, whether it's pinup photography, whether it's filmmaking. Go out and shoot some pictures, shoot some film, edit, repeat.
And we're an incredibly inexpensive age to do this. I mean,
absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, you take 10 photos and you can delete 7 that are crap, and you've got 3 that are decent. And the little lighting circle that I've got on me right now, one of my a sister-in-law bought it for my daughter for like $40 at a Walmart. I mean, Carla has licked live wires.
That explains a lot.
Okay, that is my former roommate probably one of my best. He's one of my best buds.
Yeah, he's heckling you.
Yeah, Mongo, I will throw an Oreo at you. Do not choke.
And the Crayley half of Phoenix Sisters also wants to thank you guys for joining us. So, hi, Crayley. What about you, Mark? Anything else? Any other things you want to share?
Nope. Well, I guess I'll say this. If you see other photographers at conventions, it doesn't hurt to go up and ask questions. Most of us are fine with asking questions. I have people asking me all the time, what kind of camera settings are you using? What are, and geez, how far back are you standing? Where would you put these people? I don't have a problem. It's not, I don't do this for a living. And there's nothing wrong with charging for photography, but again, for me, it's a hobby. So I just do it for fun. So, I don't have any problems, answering questions, sharing with people, and I can't see who's all on, but, hit me up on Facebook if you have questions. If I know it, I'll answer it. If I don't, I'll make up something that sounds official, so.
And I agree, Dave Mattingly. Plus size is beautiful. I follow some amazing plus size cosplayers, and some of them are my favorite cosplayers. So before I
do you have the photo of Charlie Bowling in the Superman suit?
Oh no, I didn't preload that.
Okay.
I'm
Didn't preload
sorry.
that one? All right.
Yeah, I was.
That was a great moment to capture.
It was. I'll throw it up on the Phoenix Sisters Facebook page, just kind of as a follow up. Where can we find you guys? Where can people find your work and follow you and interact with you? Carlin, where can they find you?
They can find me on Facebook.
Under your name. All right.
Pretty unique name.
D, I'm going to save you for last because you have the longest spiel. Mark, where can they find you?
Mark Schaefer on Facebook and mark.schaefer on Instagram. So.
All right. And D, not only can they find your photos, but I also want you to plug your show.
All right. So you can find Toy Robot Visual Arts on Facebook, on Instagram, and on YouTube. On YouTube, we have some of our short film projects and commercial projects and things like that we do. You can find me as Geek Gumshoe on Instagram and on the Back of the Cereal Box Network. It's a noir style show where I look at paranormal cases and kind of evaluate the so-called evidence that's presented in those. We are going to be in Arkansas this weekend at the Saline County, I think it's Saline County Comic Expo or something like that. We're going to be there shooting cosplayers for the first time in over a year. So we're absolutely stoked about being able to go and do that. That's going to be so much fun. But just go find us on all those social media. Also, my band, the Murdering Crows, are getting ready to drop our CD that we've been working on for the last 2 years. That's coming up. And I think Monday the 21st on the Back of the Cereal Box Network, we're going to be doing a live listening party where we're going to play every track on the album and taking comments about it and hearing what people have to say.
That is excellent. Thank you all for being here, and everyone follow them. You guys are great. I'm going to kick you out now and do my spiel and bring in Johnny for his panel. So thank you. Love you guys.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks. All right. So real quick, I just want to okay, let me find it. I just want to thank all the podcasts that have made this convention possible. And this convention is also a fundraiser. So I'm going to play this video.
This convention is also a fundraiser for the Actors Fund. The Actors Fund fosters stability and resiliency and provides a safety net for performing arts and entertainment professionals over their lifespan. You can support the Actors Fund by following the link below and donating. Every donation also enters you into our sweepstakes and gives you a chance to win these fantastic prizes.
All right. And now I am going to bring in John Pyka for his panel. Welcome, Johnny. You are muted, so unmute yourself.
Hey there, friends and foes. This is John Pyka, the prophet of pop culture. You can call me Johnny. And I am super excited to be here at the virtual Superfriend celebration. First of all, Kelly, what an amazing job you have done with this project. I am so blown away. A lesser person would have crumbled under the pressure, and you have just delivered in aces. You should be so proud of yourself.
It was such a go for a while there. But I also have really good people behind me.
Yes, I'm amazed at how much people have pitched in, and they've been willing to sit all day just monitoring things, and it's great. It's great. We got Willow monitoring us right now, and I love it. Love it. Love it.
Yeah. Kristen, I'm going to bring you on screen real quick because I want to show our total. Hi, Kristen and Lauren. We're at 665 right now. Oh, I don't know if Kristen's on. Okay.
She's muted.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to drop them off again. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, Lauren, but hi. Hi, Lauren. Lauren is Kristen's sister. Lauren is also a sweetheart. So I'm going to let you start your panel. I need to go get more caffeine so I don't keep tripping over my words. I will join you again in 10 minutes.
That's all right. Thank you. Thank you. So welcome. This is my panel, How to Turn Your Geek Hobby into a Career, with me, John Pyka. And who am I to be telling you how to turn your geek hobby into a career? Well, for the last 30 years, I've earned a six-figure income turning my geek hobby into a career. I'm one of those entertainers, storytellers, artists that you've probably never heard of, but I'm one of the 99% of us out there in the market who are actually making a living despite not being a huge celebrity. I've been an actor, singer, magician, comic book artist, published author. I produced live shows on off-Broadway, on the Las Vegas Strip, and it all stems from one singular event. In 1977, it was May the 25th, 1977. I am sitting in a theater after having eaten pepper steak, wearing my maroon velour shirt with the big wide collar and the zip up collar, and Darth Vader steps through the doorway. And I said out loud at 7 years old, I want to do that. I didn't know what that was, but here's what I knew. I love Star Wars movies and Avengers comic books, and they kind of made me who I am today. And everything I do today is informed by that. And so I wanted to talk to you guys, and this is a conversation. So I want you guys to ask questions. I want to really get the conversation started and get your gears turning about how you can literally turn your geek hobby, your passion, into a career, a money-making, maybe not a full-time career, maybe it's part-time, or maybe you just completely fund it on your own. And I'm going to give you some ideas based on what I did, but I want to hear and I want to see your comments about what your passion is, and I'm going to give you guys some ideas how you can monetize that passion. So one of the things that I did was, I was into music, I was into acting, I was into magic, I was into art, photography. And the first thing I did when I was a senior in high school, I rented our high school theater for $50. And I produced my own show called The Magic Show, me and two other guys. And I had been doing magic since I was 8 years old. I got a kit that I earned the money to buy. And so we did this show as a fundraiser, and we went out to the schools and we did little mini shows for elementary schools, $5 each. We sold over 600 tickets. That for me was a religious experience. And I knew right away that I could monetize my passions, my love of geek pop culture, and go in different directions. I was, right before I went to college, I was a corrections artist for Marvel Comics. In college, I was, singing professionally, dancing on cruise ships. But then after college, I realized I didn't want to do the audition circle, which means you go to an audition, you wait for them to maybe call you, they either accept you and you do a show, or they decline you and you got to do it all over again. That for me was the birds. So I created my own marquee character, Big Daddy Cool, Johnny Della Rocca, swinging solid on the 2 and 4. Can you dig that? And I based it around 3 things: my love of comic books, my love of swing music and 1940s culture, and my love of magic. And I created a stage review called Swinging at the Roxy that combined all of those things with a cast of dancers and singers and actors. And we toured theaters for 8 years, selling out 80% of the theaters that we performed in. And in 2010, I kind of wanted to go in a different direction, and I got into doing burlesque shows, producing and hosting burlesque shows. And that became the next phase of that on-stage career. But along the way, I wrote books and I did podcasts. The Diesel Punk podcast, which was on the air for 10 years, it's still on the air, but we haven't done a new episode in a while. At one point was bringing in $200 to $500 per episode in ad revenue, because we had so many listeners, people were dying to advertise on our show. And I was very picky about who got to advertise. And those are just a few things that I did. Now I do another podcast called Back of the Cereal Box, and I'm going to post that up here, Back of the Cereal Box. Where did I put you? Right here, Back of the Cereal Box. It's a pop culture podcast. We're not really monetizing yet, but guess what happened? So I started talking about transformation on the podcast and on my social media, and wanting to physically transform, lose weight, get healthy at the cellular level. And a company called LT360 reached out to me and they said, hey, guess what? We want to sponsor you. It's a $2,000 package that they ponied up as an in-kind sponsor. And so I'm getting to go through that program, recreate myself, recreate my body for free. And just in 4 weeks, by the way, I've lost 4 inches around my waist. That jawline is coming back. And I'm feeling good. And that's a way that you can turn your geek hobby into something that is monetized. I lead ghost tours downtown Nashville. I take people around to haunted place, from bar to bar or restaurants. And while they're drinking, I tell them the ghost stories of those places. $25 a head, $35 a head, depending on the tour. That's if I'm doing 15 to 20 people a night, you guys do the math. And that's just out of my love of storytelling, my love of the paranormal, and I can teach anyone how to do the same. But maybe that's not your bag. Maybe you want to write. Put pen to paper. Get to writing. My first book was called Theatrical Magic. It was a magic book for magicians, teaching them how to create characters and write scripts. But the latest book that just came out is Nightreich. This is a deco punk pulp adventure story. In the waning days of World War II, Adolf Hitler, desperate to win the war, makes an unholy pact with the most ancient evil of all time, Dracula, to create an army of vampire Nazis. And the Blue Phantom, the Black Lion, Kota, and Professor Maxwell Marvel, and the collected heroes of the Decoverse have to fight to save the world from a post-apocalyptic nightmare. Those are just some of the things that I did. Live shows, writing, podcasting. No one thing, but multiple pieces to create a total puzzle. And up until October, I had a 6-figure career. Now, I walked away from that after I learned how to survive COVID the hard way. In a desire to spend more time developing relationships with family and friends, I scaled everything back, focused on writing, art, and podcasting. But those are just a couple of things that I have done. And I could talk for hours and hours and hours about me, but this is not about me. This is about you and how we can help you turn your geek hobby into a career. Dave Mattingly says, ooh, I want to be a foe. Can I be your arch enemy? Absolutely, Dave. I think you already qualify for that role. Yeah. One of the things we're doing right now is the League of Impossibilists webcomic. I created this cosplay group to cosplay the characters from the Decoverse, and a comic book artist said, hey, you need to do a comic book on these characters. And I was like, okay. I was a comic artist for Marvel, and he started drawing the pencils and sending them to me, and I was like, okay, I guess I got to create a story for his work now, and I inked it, and now we have the League of Impossibilists webcomic, and maybe I'll throw some art up there. And that's coming out in July. And we're going to do a big, release. We did a Patreon campaign to fund it along the way. Not a lot of money, drip, 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 but even droplets of rain fill a bucket. And that's how I look at everything that I do. Everything is informed by my love of Star Wars movies and Avengers comics. And, it's all one piece of that puzzle. So anyway, I want to hear from you guys. I want to get some of the things that you're looking at doing. And Willow, you're down there in the admin section, but if you want to come on and ask some questions, I know you're dying to.
I have a little bit, yeah. I have more questions of how you got your start and like doing ghost tours. Like, how did you? What was your first thought into get going with that?
So it's really funny. I had just finished a run with Big Daddy Cool and the Bombshell Kittens, my burlesque troupe and variety arts troupe that we traveled all over the country. We did Comic-Cons and whatnot because we did a show that was called Freaks and Geeks. It was like a nerdlesque variety show. And I had just finished that project and separated from that. And I was working at House of Cards as an in-house magician, performing close-up magic every night. And this friend of mine who was the manager for Nightly Spirits Ghost Tours sent me a message, said, hey, I know you're really busy with your own thing, but we need help. And you would be awesome at this. Can you come help us for a couple of weeks? And that's all I had intended to do, was maybe a couple of weeks. And it turned out I loved it so much that 2 years later, I'm still doing those tours. And now I'm the manager and training people, hiring people. And I speak around the country about how other people can create their own ghost tours in their city and how to make it happen. So, if that's something like, if you're an author, let's diverge a little bit. If you're an actor, if you're an author, or if you're a storyteller of any kind, a ghost tour in your town is an amazing way to hone your talents as a storyteller, as a character actor. And if you're a writer, it's a great way to gain material and to learn about how to tell a story in the most effective manner. So it's really easy. You Google any city's ghost stories, and they will, you'll find the ghost stories of your town. You put them into a script, and then we use TripAdvisor to sell tickets. You just put it up on TripAdvisor, and people are going to find you because they're going to be, you use keywords like things to do in Winnipeg, haunted Winnipeg, ghost stories in Winnipeg. And
we actually have someone that does the ghost tours in Winnipeg here.
Well,
so
we have 5 companies that do it in Nashville. But you know what? My company, we were voted #1 in the United States by USA Today. We've got more 5-star reviews, and me personally, I've got more 5-star reviews than any other ghost tour guide out there. And wow. The reason is because I fell in love with it, and I impart that love. But, when people are looking for things to do in Nashville, TripAdvisor, we're at the top of the list. And we just sell our tickets through TripAdvisor and through Expedia. We don't even have to set up some extravagant box office system. There's a website and a link to the TripAdvisor ticket booth. And, we use a couple of online apps to track who's going to be on the tour. But for the most part, it's, pick up and go. Now in Nashville, because Nashville is so loud, we do use some sound equipment that we bought, but most cities, you don't even need that. And we're doing groups of between 10, 15, 20 a night at $25 to $35 each, plus cash tips.
Wow.
Plus $10 bonuses for every 5-star review. And guess what? Last night, I made $100 in tips plus my base pay for 2.5 hours of work.
Wow.
I am in the wrong line of work, Johnny.
And that's just me getting dressed up and telling stories. If you're a cosplayer, that's a great way to do it. How cool would it be to, if you're a cosplayer, here's an idea. Maybe a ghost tour isn't the thing, but what about if you're a cosplayer doing a true crime tour of your city? Or what about hosting an evening with, you can rent a theater real cheap, sell tickets. And look, you might not sell out the place. You might sell 20 tickets, but that's 20 tickets that you weren't going to sell sitting on your couch. There's all kinds of ways that you can do this for cosplayers. A great way to do this. You see those people who get hired as professional cosplayers at cons? Well, guess what? They didn't start off being hired. They started off showing up, getting some attention, getting photographers to notice them and photographing them, posting their photographs on social media, and then deciding, I'm going to invest some money into a table at a con. I'm going to apply as an artist and sell prints. And they'll do that for a little while. And guess what? They're making money. They're getting more exposure. And if they do it right and use social media to promote their appearance at the con, all of a sudden other cons are like, well, can you come do ours too? And then you're in a position to say, yes, I can come do that for X amount of dollars. Or if you'll cover my expenses, or if you'll provide me a hotel room and a table. And now all of a sudden you're bringing in $2,500 for the weekend because you've got a presence, and you don't have to have millions of followers. You don't have to have hundreds of thousands of social media followers. Here's what you need to have, guys. And this is what I learned the hard way. Whatever platform you're using to market yourself, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, whatever it is, it doesn't matter how many are watching you. It matters how many are engaging with you. If you only have 600 people that are consistently engaging with you, that's important to an advertiser or even to a convention, because that's 600 more people that are engaged and paying attention that they didn't have access to before. So, I do the podcast. This is, we got some comments here. So,
sorry, apparently I'm not doing my job.
No, Kristen Marie says, I've been on ghost tours in Spring, Texas, Marietta, Georgia, and Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Yes. So those are small towns. Marietta, Georgia, I'll bet you theirs is really great. Marietta is a small town, a square with this beautiful park in the very center. And when I was there a couple of years ago on my way to Savannah, I thought, man, what a great place this would be for, a walking tour, a ghost tour. There's 2 live theaters on either end of the square. So, how cool would it be to do, I worked as a magician. How cool would it be to do, here's just an idea off the top of my head, do a spook show, a haunted magic show in the theater, followed by a walking tour around the square in Marietta, telling the haunted stories of those locations, and in some cases going in if they're still open. And you could charge $50 a head for that.
Wow.
Boom.
I know in my city, like we have a rich history with theater. We actually are a little bit. Charlie Chaplin has a little bit of history in my city. So one of these days, I would love to, do something like what you do with tours, but just do the history of my city and tell these stories. But the problem is, do you embellish a lot of what you say during your tours, or do you actually try to be more truthful?
I don't have to embellish anything, because the facts are fascinating and horrifying. And let me tell you this. Okay, so before I started doing ghost tours, I was kind of on the fence about the whole paranormal supernatural thing. I was like, maybe there's something out there, maybe not. But then I started doing the tours, and in the 2 years that I've been doing them, I've been touched, pushed, grabbed, and scratched, and not by desperate women looking for a date. And those experiences, those encounters that I've had, become part of the stories that I tell. But I'm not embellishing anything, because they happen to me. And almost every night, someone has some kind of experience on the tour. We had one guy last week, this former Marine, this big bodyguard. He steps into this back alleyway that we go through, and he immediately jumps out, and he's sobbing, because he says the minute he stepped in that alley, he heard his grandmother's voice in his ear whisper to him and say, "You're in danger. Get out."
Wow.
Word.
And that same night, 2 women on the tour took photos of orbs, these orbs of light. Yeah. So Crayley says, if I were single, I'd scratch you for a date. Well, Crayley,
You're impressing my Phoenix sister, Johnny.
Oh my gosh. So Lauren wants to know my thoughts on Zatanna. So what could Zatanna do? If you're a Zatanna cosplayer, Willow. Man, that is like the perfect thing for, a magic act. And
I don't know. Sorry, I'm just trying to show you my bustle, and it's not really working.
I mean, you look gorgeous.
Yeah, no,
Thank
you
you.
look great. You look great. But Zatanna is a natural, obviously, for a magic act. And hello, Comic-Cons are dying for entertainment. They want unique entertainment, and everyone always hires the same musicians, the same bands. Voltaire does no offense to Voltaire, he's cool and all, but how many conventions can you see him at? But what if we had just in time to see Willow's buckle? That's awesome. That's awesome, Carl. You're a beautiful man, Carl. Love you. How cool would it be if Zatanna was presenting a Cabinet of Wonders variety and cabaret show for a convention?
I would love to see that. Definitely.
Why don't you make it happen?
Johnny, you need to teach both of us how to do magic, because I also have a Zatanna costume.
Listen, if we had a couple of Zatannas, and we can't market it as Zatanna, but we can market it as the Cabinet of Wonders or something like that, and have the face be a Zatanna cosplayer, the host, the MC. Listen, conventions would go crazy over that.
Back of the cereal box. Put it in your brochure.
DC bombshell thing is fantastic.
Okay. So here's something we do with the podcast. Kelly mentioned this because I have a whole white sheet for the back of the cereal box. Basically, we're a con in a box. Okay, so yes, the podcast is like the main thing in terms of advertising and whatnot, but what the podcast gets us is access at conventions. And I can say, listen, we want to come in and we want to cover your convention, but we want to bring additional value to your convention. And here's how we can do it. We've got a whole menu of programming and panels and workshops that we can do, entertainment, cosplay contests, and for X amount of money or for X amount of, not swag, but allowances, whatever you want to call it, we'll come in and do whatever you want. We need a free table. Maybe you're going to pay for expenses, hotel room. Maybe in some cases, with Big Daddy Cool and Bombshell Kittens, cons were paying us $5,000, $6,000, $10,000 to come in to provide an entire weekend of programming. And why? Why would they pay that much? Because that is a fourth of what it costs to bring in a big name celebrity. And here we are actually providing attendee experience enhancement. Yes, those celebrities are cool, but nobody buys a ticket really to see a celebrity. They might put them over the fence if they were like, maybe I'll go, maybe, they're having so-and-so. Yeah, I guess I'll do this. But no one says, so-and-so is going to be at the convention center with the Comic-Con this weekend. I got to go there. Maybe some people do, but you know what I'm saying. The majority of people. So that's just like an added enhancement to the experience.
That's usually a 5-minute interaction.
That's right. So what are con attendees going to do the rest of the time? They're going to go to the vendor floor. They're going to go to panels, workshops, and if you can provide evening entertainment, and that's what we do a lot. I would come in, bring my sound system, bring the lights. We would do the full evening entertainment for a convention. We do the Magic Cabaret, which was an all ages family friendly show. Then we would do 5 minutes for $100 or more. That's right.
Got
that's
it.
Right.
Yep. That's. I'm pretty sure that's Crayley's.
Yeah,
it's hard to tell. Everyone has admin access.
So we would do a family-friendly cabaret show, followed by the cosplay contest, or flip-flop it. We would offer a diesel punk, deco punk, art deco pinup contest. And then after that, 10 o'clock later, we would do the Freaks and Geeks, burlesque and variety review for after hours. And now you've got programming from 8 p.m. till after midnight. One ensemble self-contained turnkey. And anyone out there can do what I did. I'm not special. I'm not like, I just figured out a way to tap into the secret sauce, as it were. And I'm giving it to you guys for free. I'm crazy.
Right? I'm just going to say you are special. Don't undersell yourself, Johnny. You
are incredible.
You are incredible.
Well,
I was actually thinking of just like sitting here just like this throughout the whole
right
because I don't yet make any money for like being a costumer, which I'm not sure if I want to go down that route anytime soon.
Willow,
I don't make any of my outfits.
Listen, you have a show on the Hanging with Web TV network.
Yeah.
All right. They're a pretty substantial podcast network on YouTube. You've got a show with that network. You're an occasional co-host, guest host for Back of the Cereal Box. You've got an audience. So here's how you do this. You either jump in with us or with them going to cons, or a local con coming to you. You say, hey, we want to interview your convention organizer and maybe some of the people that are going to be there on Willow's Pillow Talk, or maybe it's a different show that you want to create. Yep. And we'll come to the con, we'll broadcast live from the floor, we'll interview your guests live on Facebook, reaching our audience. And in return for that, I'd like to have a table. And I'd like to have expenses covered. They may not go for the expenses, but they might. But the table is where the money is. Okay, so when you're broadcasting live from the floor, you're doing it from the booth. Unless you have someone working the booth for you that can sell your product, and we're going to talk about that in a minute. You stay in the booth and you do all of your broadcasting, what I call vendortainment, from the booth. Well, what do you put in the booth? You're going to put your cosplay prints for sale. $5-10 each, $20 each, whatever you want. Kind of feel it out. Write a book or represent a book. And it doesn't have to be a blockbuster bestseller. Here's what I do. At the booth, at the table, we're broadcasting live, but I also do magic tricks. And guess what? I've got a magic kit for sale at the booth. I've got a magic book that I wrote at the booth. And then I've also got my novella, Nightreich, at the booth. And so depending on where the conversation goes, depends on what I'm going to sell. Now, here's an idea I came up with. This is me brainstorming. So a lot of times conventions would have put podcasts in the fan table areas, right? And you're not supposed to sell product on those tables. So here's my solution to that. I got a big spin wheel. And for $5 a spin, you get to win something on the table. And guess what's on the table? The books and the products that I would have sold for $5 or more each.
That's brilliant.
So a couple of years ago, I did a cosplay calendar. There's me dressed up as
one
Elvira.
right now.
That is gorgeous.
I want it.
That's my Elvira burlesque.
Right. Those are good quality. It doesn't matter that I'll take it. I want it.
And it was funny because I shared a table with one of my friends, and she told me as soon as I got to the convention that, oh, you're not supposed to sell anything from the table because that was part of our agreement.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay. So anytime that someone came up and asked me to buy a calendar, I stepped away from the table.
Okay,
so technically it wasn't at the table.
Here's another idea. I've not tried this yet. And I think if I didn't have a table that I'm either paying for or being compensated with, this may or may not fly. But I want someone to try this. So I see these guys out on the street in Nashville, the Jehovah's Witnesses, and they've got these pop-up book carts on wheels, and they're giving them away. Well, what if a cosplayer with their prints or whatever other product is walking the floor with that pop-up cart, and someone says, "Hey, I love your cosplay. Can I get a photo?" Or where? And they see the cart and they say, "What is this?" Well, you can buy one. I don't know if that would fly for someone who, but I'm going to start doing that when I have a table, because a lot of times I have to be away from the table to go do a panel or whatnot.
Oh, Dave, I love it.
Do you know what? So I have something to confess here. When I read a Zatanna story, I tend to skip over the words that she's saying because it's too hard for me to, because it's not just backwards. It's like from bottom to top, right to left, not backwards, left to right, top to bottom. So you gotta, it's impossible. And so many times I just am stepping over. Anyway, so why do people send me messages when I'm online? I'm guilty of that too, Kelly. I sent you a message while we were online.
Oh,
but
I mean,
people are texting me. These are people. I'm like, don't you know that I'm doing a show? Come on, people.
It's okay. It's only a matter of time before my house phone rings.
Join the. Oh.
Yeah, we hit it at the same time. Voltaire is still around. Haven't seen him in many, many years. Yes, he is. He's booked for Dragon Con again this year. The Dueling Zatanna Tour.
Willow, let's make this happen. Like, you and I need to be in the same state. We were just talking about this. I owe you lunch.
What's funny is how this has always worked weirdly in my favor when it came to meeting friends. A lot of my friends tend to be not in the same city as me. A lot of my friends, if they are in the same city, live on the other side. And then it's like, oh, we should meet up. Well, I don't feel like driving an hour to come out and see you. And I'm like, I'll take a bus to come see them.
Kelly looks confused by that comment that just popped up.
Oh, no. Sorry.
No? That happens. My husband does that every so often. And it's like, hey, you busy? And I'm like, I'm kind of doing a show.
Wait a minute. What Phoenix sister has a wife?
No, so anyone on the admin is commenting as Phoenix sisters. Neither of us has a wife, though.
That's got to be Carlin.
It's probably Carlin. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes we probably get mistaken as each other's wives. I'm guessing by people who don't know us very well.
Hey, you know what? It's 2021. Anything goes.
Love is love. Love is love. When Crayley got married last year, we joked that the two of us should have danced to "I Loved Her First" because I did love her first. Her husband knows. Her husband knows.
Hey,
my husband. She did not love me first because I met my husband a long time ago. She was, I think, in middle school when I met my husband.
Yeah, but love is love.
But no, like if I ever get down to where you guys live, I would definitely want to be on a tour, John. That's a thing that's gonna happen.
Yeah, and look, it's here's the thing. You all have geek hobbies that even if it's just being a fan of comics and movies, start a podcast. Just start doing that. And, will it make a ton of money? Maybe, maybe not. But you know what? It'll get you access to audiences and other people and networking, and that can turn into revenue.
Not only does she keep calling me her partner, but we have done some photo shoots that are a little lesbianish because we don't mind. Like if two characters are like a pair and John's like, tell me more. Go to
What
our
have I
Patreon.
missed?
Go to our Patreon.
This has taken a different
I don't
turn.
think you know what? I subscribe to your Patreon just because everyone that I ask to do our Patreon, I always, do theirs because I'm like, I can't expect somebody else to do for me what I don't do for them, right? So I have subscribed. They're buried.
They're buried. And they're pretty PG, but gosh, I'm trying to think of the last one we did. We did Daredevil and Jessica Jones because when their shows were on Netflix, Crayley had found a really good editorial where someone was shipping them together, and she was like, "Well, we need to do something." So there was a cute picture where she had left like a kiss print because she gender swapped Daredevil, obviously. But yeah,
well,
so
that's cool. Hey, not now. Elektra has taken up the mantle of Daredevil.
Ooh,
yeah.
I am so behind on my comics reading.
Yeah, it's been the last 5 or 6 issues, and according to Marvel, that's going to be permanent. That Matt Murdock is not going to be coming back as Daredevil. That
we'll see.
Interesting.
We'll see, but that's what they're saying right now.
Thank you for reminding me, Crayley. Harley and Ivy. Yes, we did a Harley and Ivy. That was our Christmas for last year.
I did see that. Remind me, which one of you was Ivy?
I was Ivy.
Yeah, maybe we need to do a photo shoot together with Harley and Ivy.
Oh my gosh. Yes, please. My Ivy needs to get more time because Ivy is one of my favorites. Ivy's also, yes. And I love that costume. And just Ivy's one of my favorite characters. She is not a full villain. She is morally great. Fight me on that, people. She has some good points. Her methods are a little questionable, but are we really sure she's the bad guy?
Let's see.
Oh, this is from, I think, Carlin. There's 2 C's. There's 2 C's within Min-Access, but
I love Elektra and Daredevil. Now I can do both at the same time.
Oh no, that is Crayley. Yes, Crayley. Yeah, that is Crayley. That's right. She does love Elektra. So yes, you can, Crayley. So this is happening.
Oh, the Elektra Daredevil costume is awesome too. Google it, look it up. It's pretty epic.
We're adding this to her to-do list now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we use our Patreon to help offset the costs of our cosplays because our to-do list is insane.
Well, and there's another great avenue for turning your geek hobby into a career, or at least a piece of a career, and that's Patreon. Give me a $5, anything like that, where you can get your fans to support you and really contribute to your mission. And they get something in exchange, right? They get your content. They get to see those lesbian Harley and Ivy pictures.
Exactly. Yeah. And I must say those were very cute.
Yeah, I'm going to go up my pledge right now.
And I'm going to plug our Patreon right now because always promote yourself. So one of the things you get with our content is you get our pictures early and you get our PG-13 content. Okay. At least once a year we do boudoir photos. Those never hit the internet. And what, I always tell this story. I love this. I'm going to tell my boudoir story. I'm sorry, Johnny. Is it okay if I hijack your panel for a minute?
Go ahead. That's what this is all about, to give other people ideas, because this is a great way to use your passion, your interest, and your assets as a woman. I'm just saying, boudoir photography with men as the subjects, I know there's a market for it, but it's not nearly as broad.
Okay, after Kelly does her spiel, I want to touch on the guy pinup stuff.
All right. So, especially since we're speaking of Zatanna, this flows right into it. And every time I tell this story, we get a new patron. So, so Boudoir Zatanna, I did a few years ago, and this is only on our Patreon. And after I did it, I went to a convention where Matt Ryan was a guest. And as we discussed, it's expensive to meet celebrities. So I pretty much never pay to meet the celebrities. I'm just there to soak up the convention atmosphere and have fun.
You and me right there.
Yeah. I turn around and he is walking the con floor, like just talking to people because he's just a nice guy and he just wanted to like chat with his fans. He made a specific choice. And so I turn around and he was talking to a few people and I waited my turn and I talked to him. And so I started talking to him and I was dressed as Black Canary, who is my go-to. But one of the first things I said to him was like, damn it, I should have worn my Zatanna. To be clear, not my boudoir Zatanna. I would not have worn that out in public. But he's like, you should have. And then he and I had a really nice conversation, just kind of geeking out about Zatanna and talking about Constantine the show. This was after he was on Legends of Tomorrow, but talking about how he wanted to have Zatanna in the show. He was really pushing for it if they had gotten a season 2. Like, this man knows his Constantine and his comics.
Yeah.
And then I was like, would you like to see pictures of my Zatanna? And then I realized all I had on my phone was boudoir. And I was like, actually, all I have on my phone is this boudoir Zatanna photo shoot that I did a month ago. Would you like to see that? I thought he knew what he was agreeing to, but in hindsight, I don't think he knew what boudoir was. But he agreed. So I showed him the first couple pictures. And by the second picture, he goes, oh, these are too hot for my eyes. But I didn't hear him. So I showed him a third picture. So I show him the third picture and he goes, oh, hello. And then I ended the conversation. I left. Crayley had walked up at that point in the conversation and was like, why is Constantine blushing? And then after we left, she's like, why did you show him another picture after he said, these are too hot for my eyes? I was like, he said what? I did what?
In your defense, that English accent may have been hard to decipher.
We'll go with that. So that's my boudoir Zatanna story. So
right.
if you want to see the pictures that are too hot for John Constantine's eyes and made him blush, patreon.com/PhoenixCosplay.
I'm going there right when we're done. Actually, so here's another thing. So we just had a panel on cosplay photography, right? Mm-hmm. If you like taking pictures, you can turn that into a whole thing. And I don't know about Mark and Carlin, but Daryl, he actually gets paid to do cosplay photography. And, I used to be quite the photographer back in the day. I sent you a link, Kelly. And some of those pictures are too hot for prime time. But
excited.
Yeah, I'm pretty proud of them, though. And I used to, I kind of got out of it just because technology has kind of left me behind in terms of photography. But, you never know. So, but that's a way that you could, turn into a career. Wait, what did we already put Carl's? I have never charged booby stuff.
No, he
Bobby
means hobby.
Stuff. Hobby.
All right, so Willow, you can give your spiel now.
All right,
now that I told my story.
So there are photographers out there that have, gone against the grain, and because the women who get pregnant, they do all like the baby bump pictures, and some of them are sexy, some of them are cute, some of them are just plain funny. Well, guys jumped on the bandwagon of doing beer belly pictures.
God.
And I love them so much.
Why?
I love those.
Because not only is it like poking fun at the whole, the whole baby bump thing, like that. It's it's allowing men to be comfortable with the fact that they may have a little extra weight around the midsection.
I'm not comfortable with that at all.
Sign me up, says Carlin. Carlin, I want to see that. No, I'm all about.
I think if more guys would
my
do
eyes out
that,
if he does that.
I think if more guys do that on social media, it would eliminate the factor of body shaming.
And guys in Wisconsin, definitely. I mean, we're beer drinkers in Wisconsin. Beer and cheese.
Who doesn't love cheese?
And let's be honest, there have been times where even after a giant meal, I'm just like, oh, feel my baby. The food baby thing.
Oh yeah, I have that food baby.
So that we don't run too much more over time and we can get caught up to con time. These are just some droplets of ideas that I've turned into money making endeavors, and I'm going to put an offer out there to anyone watching. Normally, I charge as a consultant to direct people and to help them develop these ideas. For anyone watching, I'll do it for free.
Wow.
Just for the joy of seeing some creativity come to life and to see someone turn their geek hobby into a money-making endeavor. So if you're watching, can't stand up and crazy. What?
And I don't know who on the admin. I think that might be Carlin.
I think
this
that's
is part of
Carlin.
the
Yeah.
beauty of everyone having admin is playing guess the commenter.
That's hysterical. So anyway, all of that to say, I'm happy to brainstorm with anybody. If you have an idea and you're like, okay, how do I turn this into a money-making thing? I'm into, like our guest this morning on Back of the Cereal Box. Her addiction, her fandom is tennis skirts and makeup. Well, guess what? She's got a website that sells tennis skirts and makeup.
Nice.
She turned her fandom, her passion, into a business, into a career. And there are all kinds of different ways to do that. And we could go on for hours and hours brainstorming, but I am happy to brainstorm with anyone and to give them real world ideas to actually monetize it. And I'll do that for free for anyone who's watching. Just contact me by email through the website, johnpyka.com. It's right there on the screen. And I am happy to do that.
That is, seeing you work up close, that is very generous. Like, wow. So y'all take him up on this limited time offer.
He's a smart cookie.
And I've already given Willow and Kelly a huge idea that could change the entire geek fandom market.
Oh my gosh. I want to run with this. I'm really excited. Let's do it.
I will help you all the way.
I appreciate that.
So we're just 2 minutes over. So I think we're gonna catch back up and in time for the is it the voiceover panel next?
It's the voiceover panel next. I'm really excited about
which I'm admitting as well. So it's
yes.
The art of voice acting. Hey, this is a little, and for those of you on the voice acting panel down below, you guys are going to nod your head and give me an amen. I hate that they call you guys voice actors because you are actors.
Yep.
Period.
I see them. I agree.
Anyway.
I think Rye Guy is going to have some words.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So johnpyka.com. That's where they can find you.
That's right. You can find all the things. And
all the things. There's lots of things. Lots of
that would be great. You can link to the podcasts there, the books, the comic book, all of it. Anyone feel free to hit me up. And
Carl, thank you for.
See you later, Carl. And I'm happy to consult with you, chat with you, and help you turn your geek hobby into a career. And with that, I'm Johnny. I'm done. Ta-da!
Ta-da! Willow, where can we find you?
You can find me all over social media. I am the social media socialite. I also am the Hanging With Web Show program director. If only I can figure out my name.
You do it all.
Yeah. Essentially, what Roz did for Frasier, I do for you guys.
Also, Willow, I just shared that link to my photography portfolio with you as well.
Excellent.
So that you're not left out of that little inner circle.
Beautiful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Well, that's it, guys. I'm going to take off. Love you, mean it. Catch you on the flip side.
Thank you. All right. I'm going to give my little thanks to our podcasters, including, of course, Back of the Cereal Box and Willow's Pillow Talk. Without these podcasts, this would not be happening. And I am going to have you all watch the video because this celebration/convention is a fundraiser. So please donate if you can. If not, please spread the word.
This convention is also a fundraiser for the Actors Fund. The Actors Fund fosters stability and resiliency and provides a safety net for performing arts and entertainment professionals over their lifespan. You can support the Actors Fund by following the link below and donating. Every donation also enters you into our sweepstakes and gives you a chance to win these fantastic prizes.
All right, welcome back. I'm going to bring in Rye Guy, our host for this panel, and we'll go from there.
Hey there, everybody. Sounds good. Hi, Kelly. How you doing today?
Hi, good. I am going to leave you to it, and thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you for having me. This is awesome. So, hey, guys, everybody. My name is Ryan H. Nelson. I am a voice actor of several different areas in the field, and I will be joined today by Chris Jowers.
Hello, everybody.
And LW here.
Hello.
AKA Lauren. So we'll all just tell you, well, first of all, let me just dive in real quick before the intro to say I personally don't mind being called a voice actor. Yeah, actor is right there in the name. Like, I know there's a stigma to like, oh, only a voice actor, but there's nothing wrong with being a voice actor. Yeah. Being only a voice actor, that's where shit goes wrong. But yeah. Beyond that, though, like I personally, it's two different completely. It can be two very different trains of thought as far as the performance goes. Conveying everything through only your voice versus having the advantage of facial, features and visual motions.
See here,
So-
I've always had a very hard time considering myself an actor. First of all, I was kicked out of drama in high school, and second of all, I have no control over my face, so on screen is not for me.
You got a delightful smile. So,
Oh, thank you.
So anyway, let's get to then the point of introducing ourselves for introduction purposes. My name, like I said, is Ryan H. Nelson. I do voiceover work for some video games, doing some occasional dubbing work, singing. I do a bunch of theater and film stuff. And on top of that, I recently started streaming on Twitch. I've been doing that for about 6 months now, going pretty well, doing streaming video games, doing internet deep dives, having real talk sessions, etc. And how about yourself, Chris?
For the last 10 years, I've been an actor in audio dramas and good old-fashioned radio plays that were broadcast through Memphis, Tennessee. I've done a number of my own creative projects. Started my first podcast, The Confession of Johnny 8, this past year, and am a published author of the book Lostborn.
And Lauren?
So I was actually a lab worker in a genetics lab for almost a decade, and then my health went bad and I lost my job. So now I mostly narrate audiobooks. I've done a couple of audio dramas. I podcast regularly. And I know this is a DC thing, but I'm on a Marvel podcast. Oh, it's okay to like both. I'm bisexual.
Yeah.
I like them all. But I also
in that regard, I suppose I would be pansexual because I also dig IDW and Boom and the occasional Image.
Yeah, same. And indie comics. Indie comics are always fun. Another reason I love conventions, finding new little indie comics. I've also done some audio. I already mentioned audiobooks, audio dramas. That's the word. And I was cast in 2 video games that never came out. And I do mainly tabletop role-playing streaming. In fact, I'm about to start running a game this Monday in addition to playing a game on Wednesdays.
Okay, nice. Awesome. Now, and for those watching and who are looking to get into the voice acting industry, let us just tell you, you can start anywhere. It's never too late to start, and absolutely, like, there's any number of ways to get your foot in there. Myself, my start was like I did like all the plays and musicals all through elementary school, middle school, high school, etc. But as far as voice specifically, I got my start doing Digimon fan dubs because I was just looking around. It was my senior year in high school. I was looking around the internet randomly for Digimon websites for new stuff. And all of a sudden I find this site called FET's Digimon Fan Dubs, run by a guy named Chris, super cool dude. And I'm like, what is this? Like, oh, they're putting their voices into the Japanese footage and just dubbing it. Like, that seems like something that would be a lot of fun, like right up my alley. And I ended up writing the guy, asking him, because I had never recorded anything vocally on my computer before. I had no idea where to even start. Dude was super cool. Walked me through how to get my mic set up and like figure out the basic recording software and to submit my auditions. And he ended up casting me. My first voice role ever was as Beelzemon in a season 3 clip. And from there, one of the cast members was like, "Hey, you should check out this website, the Voice Acting Alliance," which is now it's mostly defunct. Like there's like a spiritual version of it on Facebook. Still a good community. A lot of great talent has come from the Voice Acting Alliance and Virtual Hollywood and similar communities. If you're looking at people like Xander Mobus, who's now the announcer for Super Smash Brothers, Sean Chiplock, who's the voice of a Noob Saibot in Mortal Kombat 11, my buddy Ed Bosco, whose voice is in Street Fighter, and Christina V, one of the biggest names in voice acting or anime voiceover right now. She got her start there as a legitimate fangirl, and so it's one of those things where you can start from anywhere and blossom into that, depending how far you're willing to take it and where you're willing to relocate to. Which is why I'm still working on the move to California all these years later. So, Chris, how'd you get started up?
The first time that I actually did an audio program is I created it myself. My brother was going overseas. His son had just been born, and he was really taking it hard. He's a huge Batman fan. So I organized his family and friends to do the Arkham for America, which is the letters to the troops from the inmates of Arkham Asylum. So I wrote everything, produced everything, and it was pretty much 1 or 2 other people that did acting work like I did, and then everybody else was just a normal, everyday person that just liked Batman. And that caught on in the Air Force. It was in his squadron. It was a big hit. It was passed around all over the place in the theater. So it kind of got me the bug. And there's a group in Memphis called Chatterbox Audio Theater that unfortunately is now defunct. But back then it was producing original and classic old school audio dramas, no digital sound effects, everything physical, actual old school sound effects. And I got hooked. I was doing 3 to 4 shows a year, and I would do anything. I went from being the lead in my first production to being sound effect guy number 2. Whatever they wanted me to do, I did it. And it just was like an addiction ever since. I've just been loving doing it.
Nice. It just dawned on me, I completely forgot to do this little bit here. Okay, yes, share that. Let's do it. There we go. Let's make this a little more accurate to what we got on the next page here. There we go.
Hey.
All right, Lauren, how'd you tell us your origin?
So,
your
like I
superhero villain
said,
origin.
I was primarily doing lab work, and I got into podcasting. A friend of mine was basically had a casting call for a host, and I was like, okay, let me do this. So I started out with like crappy little pen mic that I used for World of Warcraft raids. And then from there, I started podcasting again, currently with Marvel Comics. I've been doing this like for 7 years. Oh, God. But my friends were doing their own audio drama, and they were looking for a couple of people to come in and do bit parts. And I was like, well, I have the equipment. And then I just kept showing up. So they just kept putting me in stuff. And then, yeah, after I lost my job, it was about a year where I was just kind of kicking around, being very depressed. And then one day I was thinking, you know, I really like listening to audiobooks. How do you do them? So I literally Googled how to do audiobooks and put together a couple of samples and threw them on ACX. And now I have like 32 books on Audible.
My friend Chris was just telling me about ACX not that long ago. Or not Chris, Brian was telling me that. He's an author, and he was talking about like potentially looking for narrators for his book. Apparently ACX is a great resource. I just started looking at it. So there you go. Yeah, and I know the time sink that doing an audiobook can be. I've only done 2 so far, two volumes of the same story. The mistake I made early on was deciding to give every character that I voiced a very different and distinct voice, instead of just using my standard voice and like varying slightly for certain intonations or whatever. But and when I'm looking at like dozens of characters and coming up with voices as we go here, there we go. Very nice, Willow. I'm a Gambit cosplayer myself. That's how Kelly met me. So Gambit and the Green Ranger are my 2 specialties. But
my latest one is Keyleth from Critical Role.
Oh, nice. But yeah, and keep in mind with the audiobook I was doing, there are basically the chapters are structured that one of 4 characters is narrating the story. So not only am I narrating the whole time as their voice, and then also doing the other voices on top of that, but 3 of the 4 characters are male, and there's a female voice actress, a friend of mine and Lauren's, named Melissa, who is doing the other voice. And she did the smart thing and just read it all as in her own voice. Like, meanwhile, I'm sitting there once I was offered volume 2. I'm like, I didn't think there was going to be a sequel, and having to go back and re-listen to all the old voices I did and try to remember how to do them, and then also do new ones for new characters and make sure not to duplicate. And I made my own bed, and I have to just sleep in that thing of nails.
Yeah, if I can offer one bit of advice on doing audiobooks where you're doing multiple characters, it's to keep a spreadsheet or a document or something with the shorthand notes on that character's voice, and don't delete it, because then you have to go back and listen, and it's like, okay, I forgot which chapter this is in. So yeah, writing stuff down, very useful.
Yeah, I know you were telling me you just write basic things like higher pitch, little throaty or whatever your notes are.
I'll make a note of like what actor I'm impersonating, what accent I'm impersonating, that sort of thing.
Yeah, me, I go the other route where I actually have to like pluck out a sampling of the old audio and just label that as a separate MP3 to play back in case of emergency, break that glass. And so sometimes those kind of challenges can be great as far as, here, let's get to the next slide while we're on that topic. Sometimes being challenged like that, either by yourself or somebody else, will absolutely get your brain kicking in different gears than you would have been going for before, and trying new voices that you would have never thought to do. Like Me, for years, I was in a voice acting competition show that ran for a few seasons called Act It. And they had various challenges throughout the series each year. And they would assign you roles or give you freedom to create your own roles. And it, like those little challenges, those little exercises made me come up with voices I would have never thought to try before, which ended up becoming some of my favorite voices to do on a regular basis. And also all that practice can get you in the habit of staying consistent with the voices and natural with the voices, because that's something I actually had somebody asking the other day is how do you make your voices like still sound like natural delivery? Because when you're first starting a new voice, it can be easy sometimes to just exaggerate and go very theatrical and like over the top with it. Which is fine in certain situations, but then sometimes you have to, keep it a little more grounded in a more natural setting. And so it's just a matter of practicing. And Chris, I know you have plenty of experience staying in character and keeping it natural for long periods of time.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
One of the things I started doing at conventions, I really didn't cosplay or dress up outside of Halloween for a very long time. And then after we did Arkham for America, I really started like doing the Joker's voice. So one year at a convention, I fully dressed up as the Joker, makeup in the head, and the head of the convention went, "You are in for free. You are the Joker for the convention," because he was getting all this great feedback from the guests, not just also the attendees, but a lot of the guests were like, "This guy is hilarious. He's great with the crowd. He's making sure people are coming to tables. He's moving the traffic a little." And so I ended up being the Joker at a lot of conventions, but it's the Joker for 8 hours straight and not breaking character, altering the character around who you are with. So if there's little kids there, if there's adults there, people who are afraid of clowns, always be aware of that. There's never an instance where you should cause someone fear because you're in character. I can't stand people that do. You're not Daniel Day-Lewis. I'm sorry. You're not Daniel Day-Lewis. So, that for some reason that helped me when I was acting. I would be able to stay in character, but at the same time not get lost in the character like some people like to claim. I was channeling Dracula. No, you weren't. You're just a really good actor. Say that you're a good actor. It's okay.
I know you know a little thing or two about playing a Dracula-like character, or was it actually Dracula?
I've voiced Dracula a couple of times for small bit stuff, but I've been the villain in every audio production I've ever been in except one. In all of the ones I've done, I have either been the villain or the bad guy or some smarmy jerk or the creature sound effects. I've just been the bad guy since then, and I find it liberating. I think it's the best thing that you can be when you get to be the bad guy. I really do.
What creature was it then that you were playing in that show you were telling us about?
I did the Cabinet
the audience member.
Cabinet of Dr. Caligari was an on-stage audio drama where we were providing the live soundtrack for the film. And the Cabinet of Dr. Caligari is the very first horror movie ever made. So I was the creature or the sleepwalker's voice. And when I went up to do my second part, this woman hated me so much that in a crowded theater, as I go up to things, she goes, "Oh, hell no!" People bust out laughing in the middle of this very intense scene that's about to happen. So I had to even be more creepy to draw everyone back in. But I took that as a badge of honor. Like when people see you as, or they listen to your voice and go and just get chills listening to your voice, that is a huge compliment. There really is.
I love that because like the stereotype is, the people in the theater screaming at the horror movie like they're going to change the outcome. And here in theory, if you were really so inclined, you could have been like, okay, well, I mean, I guess I'll fuck off. I mean, if you
it was
really
nice. It was a good moment, really.
Yeah, and that's a great thing is with keeping in mind when you're performing that, it's easy, and especially if somebody can see your face, it's very easy to have people start associating you with the personality that you portray. One my favorite personal example, this isn't so much voice work, but it's still acting. I had done a show here in Milwaukee called The Gospel According to Gary. It was an original musical religious satire where basically my character is trying to use the power of religion to amass wealth and power instead of actually believing in what I'm preaching. And you just see as the show goes on, everybody grows just increasingly uncomfortable working with me. And after the show one night, there was a couple that came up. And we were talking for a little bit, and finally they're like, well, hey, like we have to go now, but we just had to talk to you because we just want to let you know, like during the show, we absolutely hated your fucking guts. And we just wanted to like talk to you, make sure you're not really an asshole. And that, like, I stopped in my tracks because I flashed back immediately to when I was in second grade. I was up to be one of the bully Christmas trees in our Christmas musical performance. It's exactly what it sounds like. And I did not want to do it. Like I flat refused. I was like crying. I did not want to do this so bad. And like, I'm crying at home and my mom's asking like, what, well, like, why? Like, why don't you want to do this, Ryan? You love acting. And she's like, and I was just like, because then everybody's going to think I'm mean and a jerk and she's like, well, Ryan, if they really think that, then that just means you did that good of a job as an actor. And I was just like, like I was stunned. Like I full stop. Like there was nothing I had to counter that. Like, and that stuck with me. So fast forward almost 20 years, and these people are asking, like, they want to make sure that I'm not really a piece of shit. Like that was like a full circle moment. Like,
see, I've always had the opposite experience. I want to be the bad guy. I want to, and I just keep getting roles as like mother figures and like the 60-year-old aunt, and yeah, it's which is great. Like there are benefits to typecasting. If somebody is like, oh well, we need this type of role, oh hey, let's call this person, you know, that's fantastic. But at the same time, it's like I want to stretch out, I want to do other stuff, which is one of the good things about audiobooks. I get to be all the characters.
Yeah. And by the way, there is a question in our chat. I'll get to that in a little. Oh, never mind. I was going to say I'll hold on to that till the end, but let's do it. Lauren, what do you run/play?
Okay, so currently on streaming, the game that I play is called, well, it's a Powered by the Apocalypse hack called Interstitial, Our Hearts Intertwined. It's basically Kingdom Hearts, written by Rev Rybread. REVRYE, I can spell, and then bread. And it's basically Kingdom Hearts. I play the mom friend in that game. And I'm about to start running a game called Wander Home. It just came out. I'd been, looking forward to it because the Kickstarter was so fun. And it's a very cozy, like low to no conflict game about woodland animals finding a home and having adventures. It's very much inspired by like Miyazaki. So that's going to be just a nice little cozy break for me this summer. I'm also in a Star Wars home game. I started off with Rifts, played Dungeons and Dragons, 10 Candles, just so many.
Definitely. I have had people for decades wanting me to do a D&D campaign with them, and it's not that I don't have any interest. It's just a matter of having the time to really sit down and dedicate to crafting something. I would like at some point to do something like that for my YouTube channel once I finally get things really up and running with that.
I will say there's plenty of streaming communities out there that organize games. The one that I'm currently in is mostly for queer podcasters. There's also some that are specifically for BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, people of color players and storytellers, and focusing on those, games that don't get the big press. And then there's, the channels that just run D&D. It's all about what you have fun with. And all you really got to do is just find out where to look. They're out there. It's fun.
Oh, for sure. I'm going to have to talk to you later about that. I do have a group that's trying to get like a D&D session going with a lot of newbies. It's partly because this group came together because we performed in a virtual show back last October called She Kills Monsters, which is, it sounds like you've heard of it.
Well, I'm thinking of the comic I Kill Monsters, I think.
Okay. It's a show about a young girl ended up getting killed in a car accident, and her sister ends up finding her Dungeons and Dragons campaign, like her character that she had going, and ends up finding like the friends, and like through playing the campaign, she ends up learning all these things about her sister that she didn't know. So it's kind of a touching show, and that group and I got together, and now we started doing like script readings of various things like once a week on Facebook. But doing those kinds of things, D&D, like any opportunity you get to do like improvising tends to be like really good for working on your characters. And some people, it's a very tricky thing for them to be really thinking on their feet like that. But for people looking to make their characters more natural and more believable, absolutely. Anytime you get to like be presented with an opportunity to have to think on your feet of like, okay, how would this person, this character react to this, or how would they feel about this situation? Like any chance you get to like think outside the boxes and like get to know your character, in depth, that really helps in developing your characters and developing the voices from there. Anytime. So a big part of it, is just rehearsing and practicing, and, any opportunity you have to like hone it more. Another important thing though is vocal care. Because as it says quite eloquently there, it is straight up an instrument, this larynx of yours. And there's all sorts of things you can do to take care of it. And the unfortunate thing is that it's not one size fits all. What works for one person doesn't work for another. Like there are some people who can chain smoke like a fiend and their voice is totally fine. And they're able to, sing beautifully and everything like that. Then other people like 2 puffs of a stogie and they're all of a sudden, like this and ruined. Me personally, my experience is like I've been at karaoke nights where people with gorgeous voices can be singing, they're drinking beer and eating pizza, and it's fine. Me, between the dairy and the beer making my throat very harsh, like I just can't do that stuff if I'm going to be doing it. Like I know basically when I'm going to be doing voice stuff, there's one of 3 things that I'll drink, either just pure water, or for singing, there's 2 things I go with, either a Tanqueray Gimlet Heavy Lime Juice, which is good for like keeping my throat nice and crisp if I'm going to be doing something like clean and beautiful, like singing some like Boys to Men or Lionel Richie type stuff. Or if it's going to be a little growlier, something more rock based, then I'll do Captain and Coke, which gives a little extra phlegm and growl to it. That's just been what I've discovered over time works for me personally. Other people, there's like a spoon of honey is a very popular thing. Me, I think I learned recently that might not work so much for me because I'm allergic to pollen. And I think like for a long time, I was just kind of going like, oh, well, this is apparently good for my throat, even though it's kind of making it feel a little scratchy. And then finally I'm putting 2 and 2 together like, wait a minute. Maybe not so much. So it's something that can evolve over time as far as what your needs are. Chicken soup tends to be a popular one too. What do you guys have to recommend?
I can't overstate the importance of warming up. It was a thing that I sort of found out by accident, because when I was working on my friend's audio drama, I started doing some of the like more monstery voices, and that was rough. Like there was one I was doing like a Freddy Krueger character, which was great, but very rough. So ever since then, there's like some YouTube channels I follow that do like a quick 5-minute warm up. Or my favorite thing is singing, like singing in the shower. The steam helps, the singing helps.
Yeah.
just as long as you don't blow out your voice. That's always a concern. And yeah, it's all about getting ready to move is a lot of it. Throat coat tea is also if I'm trying to finish a project in a hurry. So I just make a pot of throat coat and just keep downing it over the course of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, throat coat tea can tend to be a godsend for folks for sure.
Regardless,
and actually, I like the taste. So
make sure you're always hydrated. Period.
Yes.
Because you cannot patch a roof if the shingles aren't placed properly. You have got to be hydrating the day before your performance, and you got to hydrate the day of, and you've got to hydrate the day after.
Of course, I say as I drink tea.
Yeah, drink tea, drink water, and you have to be very careful about alcohol. Alcohol will dehydrate your vocal cords, and you can risk damaging them. Another great one, if you look up Gollum juice from Andy Serkis, he started this mixture when he was having to perform Gollum on set out in the middle of nowhere all the time, and it was water, ginger, lemon, and green tea with honey. And I mixed a batch of this for Chatterbox when we were doing a stage show with Tom Kenny, and the crew floated that container that I had. And even Tom Kenny was like, "Oh, I've had this stuff before." So it is an industry thing to use to keep your voice lubricated, to keep it hydrated.
Very good, very good.
Yeah, I can't. Okay, I have tried getting through a several-hour recording session, just, not hydrated enough, and it is, I basically couldn't talk for 2 days after.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
2 days you got off easy. There's some stuff that absolutely, I remember back in the day, my friend Rich ended up losing his voice for 2 or 3 weeks from doing a Vegeta impression. Yeah. And we have another mixture here, apparently throat coat tea. It's a mixture of cinnamon bark, lemon, and licorice.
I think the Celestial Seasoning ones also has mallow root, which is what marshmallow is made from.
Oh.
Yeah.
Somehow it's never dawned on me to ask where those things come from. I just figured just pure sugar.
Now it's more pure sugar, but they used to be actually mallow root. I want to say I found I watch a lot of weird YouTube videos when I can't sleep, and food prep is one of them. So
pretty much the one thing that most folks will universally say is no dairy, because dairy is basically vocal suicide, basically. Just gums up the works, and
careful being around smoking if you're sensitive to that. There's a friend, I love her so much, but she vapes constantly, and it's okay, this is not the best for my throat, and I have a project due in a week.
Yeah.
So I'll see you then.
Yeah, and some people try to treat vaping it's fine, it's better than smoking. It's not really, not especially, especially considering it's still early days, and regulating a lot of stuff is still questionable with it. What do you have? Mallow root was the gelatin ingredient that has been replaced by gelatin. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, as far as getting started with things, we've already shared our own personal how we got started, and there are so many ways for people to get started. A lot of them stemming from online interactions. There's plenty of voice communities. A lot have come and gone over the years. Like I said, the Voice Acting Alliance, unfortunately, eventually quietly died off. Same with Virtual Hollywood. But a lot of those people are still prevalent, doing things in the community, either online or professionally. And a lot of us still have those connections. It's like a family that built from doing that. Excuse me. And so you can look online for various things. There's still a bunch that are out there. Off the top of my head, I can think of the Casting Call Club and the Voice Acting Club, the VAC. both are great. It's a matter with any community, you always have to like sort of be wary of drama that can pop up. And it's up to you how much you want to interact with that and contribute, or just mind your own dang. So there's that. Theater obviously is, you know, an easy step. Community theater is, you know, a perfectly valid way for anybody to start. It's a matter over time. Once you have like started, and you can start, a lot of people worry about getting started because they'll be looking like, oh, equipment costs so much. It doesn't have to, especially starting out and just doing fun projects on your own. I got my start doing just that little like pen-shaped microphone that came with the computer that I never used up until that point. Didn't have a webcam yet, and just the basic Windows recorder that came with the computer. And that worked fine for me for a while. Eventually, I ended up getting a headset mic, which was both a blessing and a curse. It was good for dubbing, but it turns out the audio quality, shaky. It wasn't, you know, it took me a few years to really start investing in like proper equipment.
And that's something we should kind of emphasize. Don't break the bank.
Yes, especially not right off the bat. Like down the road, if you're really getting, you know, like those gigs that are worth shelling out for, that are going to pay for that down the road, then sure, invest in your, you know, thousands of dollars mic. In the meantime, though, like me, this is still plugged in a little bit, but here, this is the mic I used for many years. Just a Samson C01U USB mic. This thing treated me well for a good like 10, like almost 12 years, actually. And it was like $50. And like the difference in quality between that and my pen mic and headset mic was very noticeable. And with this mic, it's still not like quote unquote top of the line, but I managed to book a bunch of gigs between recording things for insurance company training modules. I recorded some of the fan films and video games that I worked on with the thing. Because keep in mind, it's like 50% the quality of the equipment and another 100%, I know that doesn't mathematically work out, bear with me though, is treatment of the room that you're in. If you're in a room that has just hardwood floors and, you know, and a lot of stuff that everything's going to be reverberating off of, then your audio quality is going to suffer even if you have the best mic on the planet. In fact, some of the cheaper mics sort of end up, like the more expensive mics actually sort of bring out those flaws in your recording space.
The mic that I'm currently using, it's fantastic, but it really, really picks up just all the little noises in the room. So it's a very good thing that I've been able to sound treat this room, and for things like podcasts, actually use a preamp to kind of get rid of some of those noises. But my first ever book that I did with an Audio-Technica AT, I think it was a 2010 mic in my living room. I tried throwing like a blanket over myself while I record, as is a time-honored tradition, apparently.
Yeah.
But it was Texas in the middle of a heat wave, so I kind of just gave myself heat stroke. Yeah, I will say that my producer for the podcast that I'm on runs a podcast called Better Podcasting. And one of the things that they talk about is gear at different levels. Like if they'll do a test of like, okay, here's this mic for this much, here's this mic for this much, here's the pros and cons. And you can actually hear as they're recording what the difference is. So I know it's more geared for hobby podcasting, but considering that I started out with podcasting equipment and I still use this equipment to podcast, I can't recommend them enough.
Yeah.
It helps to find somebody who knows what they're talking about in terms of gear and work with them.
Yeah. And that's something I neglected to touch on earlier, because you also do a lot of audio mixing.
Yes, I like
what
to
would you like
keep-
to contribute to that discussion?
I like to keep all my money, so I edit my audiobooks myself, which I have gotten way better at editing. I still don't like it, but it's like the necessary evil. And I pride myself on doing it decently. When you start out, everybody starts out using Audacity because it's free, it's very versatile, you can use plugins. I will say that the plugins, I recommend downloading a couple of plugins. It's like the Spitfish suite or something like that. It's a de-esser, what are the other things? I haven't used Audacity in so long to edit. I'm trying to remember. But if you look up Spitfish, it's that whole group. And then you can find videos on YouTube explaining what each tool does and how to use it. Right now, I'm currently recording in, it's Studio One. I actually, it's a bit of change to buy. They do sales pretty often. And it has been fantastic for recording. I really recommend. His name is Don Barnes, Baarnes. He does a course on how to use Studio One to record, how to use RX to edit, which is what I'm currently using. It's Isotope RX8. And it has gotten, you can expect your editing time to be anywhere from 3 to 6 times as long as your actual recording. And I've gotten it down to about just under 3 hours of editing for 1 hour of recording. Learn the value of punch and roll. Punch and roll has saved my life. What that is when you make a mistake, instead of just, stopping and re-recording, so you have to, when you listen through it, you have to make sure that you've deleted that thing. You just go back in the recording, and Audacity is capable of doing this now. Shift D, very useful, or Control D, it's one of those. But it goes back a little bit, plays the audio leading up to it, and starts recording at the point where you indicated. And that has saved me so much time in editing and in recording. My flow works better because I'm not annoyed at myself for making a mistake that I'm going to have to edit out.
Yeah.
YouTube is fantastic for finding tutorials on how to deal with this problem, how to deal with that problem. And yeah, it's so much of it is just trial and error, seeing what works for you and practicing. So much practicing, but you'll get it. If I can get it, you can get it.
Yeah. And everybody has their software preferences. Me personally, I tried Audacity, and I thought it was, for me, for whatever reason, it was just like overly complicated in terms of just trying to save the file. Like, I don't know. Me, I personally use Adobe Audition, and a very old copy of Adobe Audition at that.
So you don't have to pay the per month charge now?
Essentially, that is part of it. And I actually did try when I got my new computer set up, which I'm still working on upgrading bit by bit, basically. I tried a few other recording programs that were supposed to be great ones, like SoundForge and Avid and stuff like that. And I ended up going back to my old copy of Adobe Audition again, because it just, the other ones, just for whatever reason, have a heck of a time working and doing what I'm trying to make it do. So it's all a matter of what features, what suite of options is preferable to you and how you're using it.
What plugins you want or don't want, what cost you're willing to pay. Again, Audacity is great because it's free. I think GarageBand is also free. There's free options out there, and they are good. It's just that for me, where I'm at right now in terms of not wanting to waste time editing, something that's a bit more, you're paying for it, but the convenience is nice. You are paying for convenience.
You're saving your time, and time is money, period.
Time is money. That's another thing. Value your time Get paid what you're worth.
Yes,
As somebody
very
who
much
charged
so.
$25 per finished hour of an audiobook for my first book, I am here to tell you that is a criminal rate. You need to know what your time is worth. There's sites, I think, help me out here. There's a voice acting site that has a lot of sample rates that are kind of the industry standards for
there are a
SAG
few
and
of those,
non-SAG.
so I couldn't tell you the specific one you're thinking of.
Okay, but you can look up voice acting rates, non-union, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Or union, depending on if you are or not.
Exactly. Because keep in mind, when you're starting, you're almost certainly going to be doing free stuff, either just like fan works and whatever. Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with it as long as you're cool with that. Like, and that's what got me started, was doing that stuff and just building up a repertoire of voices and figuring out the ins and outs of things and fine tuning my performances and my recordings and everything. And then it's your own schedule that you determine when you want to decide like what you're really worth, what your time is worth financially to you. If you're fine doing free projects, absolutely cool. Me, like, I did hit a certain point where I don't do as much free theater or free voice stuff because I just don't have the time for it. It's one of those things. You hate to sound like elitist, like it's all about the money, but at the same time, like, it's to the point where like I've put in my time, like I, put in the hard work, and I think it's worth, keeping things moving.
Know your worth.
Absolutely. So, the whole paid and exposure thing, like, that can be real. Like, it sounds like a myth, but no, I've seen the emails, and
no, it's
oh god.
Every time it's like, you have died of exposure. It's
yeah.
There's something I would like to add, that if you are acting, directing, and writing a production, that you're in charge of a production and you're getting voice actors or actors, because some of us have worked in indie film, and you're not paying anything. Treat every individual like gold.
Yes.
There's a director in Memphis. If they needed me to film 2 minutes and it would take my whole weekend, I would go and do it. There's another person that they would pay me $100 to film 2 minutes. I would tell them what they could do with that $100. And it is anatomically impossible.
This is an industry that kind of lives and dies by reputation.
Mm-hmm.
Again, like I said, I just kept showing up, so I just kept getting work. I'm not saying like, oh, if somebody is terrible to you, don't do anything, but be the person that you would want to work with. Yes. Because if it comes down to it and someone's like, okay, these two are both fantastic voice actors, but that one's a jerk, guess who they don't want to work with? The jerk.
Yeah. Blacklisting is absolutely 100% a thing. And it can, eventually some people can get out of that, like, over time, as they, like, if they can prove that they've grown as a person and realize that they messed up, and want to be a better person. Sure. But it is, like, very hard to climb out of that hole once you've dug it. There's, and that brings us to social media. Social media allows people a lot of freedom to just say, whatever they want and express themselves. You got to be careful, though, depending what you're aiming for and what your audience is, potentially going to be. That's why a lot of places will say, like, straight up, like, don't get into politics and stuff like that, if you're going to be doing this, because then that can bring a whole other level of not conspiracy, but just a lot of scrutiny. And
don't tweet or put on Facebook anything that you are not perfectly 100% comfortable with defending.
Yeah, for the rest of your life, potentially.
Yeah, my stuff tends to be, I retweet a lot of politics. I talk a lot about wrestling, and it's, again, I will defend my opinions on both of those. And in some cases, it's great if you tweet a lot about, like, like queer politics and stuff. You can probably expect that other, queer people would want to work with you.
Yeah. Controversy.
But, you're basically, you are picking your audience and the people that you want to work with the things that you say.
I have a friend that is a in-demand fantasy artist, and he has a social media presence, and he never, ever posts anything personal, period. It's all business. Or he's talking about other artists, or he's talking about what's going on in the industry. And I talked to him about him because the other artists do different things, and he goes, it's my money. It's my business. I want everyone to buy my art, and I don't want them to worry about what I think. They should really, because in my personal life, that's my choice, what I say, what I believe, what I follow. This is a business. This is about getting paid. But I don't, jeopardize my morals. I don't do things I'm uncomfortable with. But I don't put out my personal feelings out there because he looks at it as his business. And he is doing extremely well through the pandemic, through everything, because he's focusing on it as a business. So it's something you do have to think about.
You find people who they either don't have a social media presence, they have just a strictly professional social media presence. And then there's some people whose entire brand is, the persona that they put online.
Yeah.
And again, there's no wrong answer there. It's just the one that you are most comfortable with and most comfortable dealing with the interactions with.
Yeah. And those people that are usually putting everything out there are ironclad or iron-proof. They've already made it. They've already got their level, or they've got their audience too. When you're trying to make a name for yourself, you just kind of got to do what you got to do.
By the way, poor Chris.
Angry.
Poor Chris's face. It's like Kilroy.
Like Mike
Wazowski. But and speaking of controversy, there's also a lot of issues right now tossing up the landscape. As far as representation becoming a much bigger thing now, and I'm in an interesting position as far as that, having been in the past the go-to guy as the voice of the quote unquote angry black guy. I tended to get cast as the voice of Barrett in a lot of Final Fantasy VII fan productions and stuff. Even it was to the point where my friend, who is black himself, one of my best friends, he's my best man at my wedding, by the way. Shout out to Mike Dent here. He ran a podcast called R5 Central, and for Halloween one year, we did like a Grindhouse style double feature of audio productions that were never going to happen. One was called Revenge Scarlet Kunoichi, which is about Amish lesbian ninjas. It was just as amazing as it sounds.
I'm here for it.
And then the other one was, and this is where it's important to remember that he was black, was called Jig the Walking Arsenal, where he asked me to play the title character. My black friend is asking me to play the voice of the black character in his script. It was like a complete blaxploitation piece, and it was a lot of fun to record for. It was because I had a certain voice that worked for it. Today, I don't know that he would have done it quite the same. He loves my voice and he loves that project, but I don't know, because a lot of things have shifted as far as making sure that people are getting. Some people don't even care so much about if the person gets the role. They just want people to have the opportunity to try for the role. And that seems to be a big problem. I'm queer, disabled, and
Chicana. Ask me my opinions on representation in media.
Yes, there you go. Which
I am perfectly willing to talk about on Twitter or anything. So
yeah. So a big part of it, though, these days, be very careful what directors are asking for, because people are becoming a lot more specific about wanting people to be authentic, the true deal. If somebody is posting an audition asking specifically for, a BIPOC individual, and you are white as the driven snow, and you're submitting saying well, I'm not actually BIPOC, but you want to hear it? And they're like, yeah, we don't want to hear you. And please don't submit to us. You're making it clear to us that you don't take our request seriously.
Yeah, it's along the lines of just follow directions in general when applying for anything. If they tell you we want 2 takes, no more than 2 takes, don't send them 10. That's just going to get you thrown out before anybody even touches it.
if they're looking for a 30-second submission, don't send 2.5 minutes. I have learned that the hard way myself. I say that from perfect experience, 100%.
And that's something, by the way, really listen to that. If they want 5-minute files, you do not send 6 minutes. You don't send 5 minutes and 30 seconds. You send exactly what they're looking for. A friend of mine worked for an anime studio as an intern out in LA, and they would literally go, 30 minutes, throw away. 28 minutes. Okay, we're going to listen to you. They wouldn't even give it the time of day unless it was exactly what they asked for.
Yeah, remember what we said earlier. Time is money, and that includes the people who are looking through the slush pile of anything, in this case, audio files.
Yeah.
So, yes, and on the topic of time, we are just about out of it. We'll open it to, we're not going to have much time for questions here because the next panel starts to be starting at 3. I'll toss this one out here. You guys Superman fans?
Yes, actually. Okay, it's weird. I love the idea of Superman, but I'm really, really picky about the characterization of Superman. I have drunk cried about the platonic ideal of Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman. But I have opinions on the characterization and how people misunderstand.
Yeah.
I actually played the voice of Superman for 8 years and almost 100 episodes for an online radio series from Pendant Productions called Superman, the Last Son of Krypton. And I thought it was weird that I got cast because I thought I sounded way too young to be Superman, but it worked out. But yeah. We're about. I'm feeling the impending doom of the music playing us off. So let's go to our final notes here. Plug your stuff, guys. Plug your stuff.
Okay, you can find everything I've done professionally at my website, lwsalinas.com. You can find me on Twitter at Sithwitch, and I like promoting the stuff that I am currently doing, so just show up and expect me to occasionally be like, hey, here's the stream I'm on.
Yes. All right, how about yourself there, Chris? And I'm going to pop something in the...
My first novel, Lostborn, is available on Amazon right now. The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari and all the other work I've done for Chatterbox Theater and a new company that came out of Chatterbox called Spoken Signal is online. There's the links right there with the Waverly House ghost story is the one we're doing right now, which of course I'm the ghost. That always happens. And my horror podcast, The Confession of Johnny 8, is pretty much on most podcasting services.
Excellent. I'm just popping this so that people know how to spell that properly for Sithwitch.
Yep.
And,
it's Sithwitch like Star Wars.
Oh, we lost Chris.
Oh, dear.
Oh, goodness. And I will say my last piece here. You can hear my voice in the video game series, The Joy of Creation. I provided all 3 character voices in the Halloween edition and the voices of Scott and Michael in the full story mode. Here he is again. I also in the voices of Lord Draken / Tommy and Classic Billy in the series Power Rangers Unworthy and Power Rangers Shattered Past, which are getting ready to do some collaborating here. Well, they've already done some. It'll go full on crossover soon enough. And also, as mentioned before, I stream regularly at twitch.tv/LionelRGuy. I do all sorts of things, mostly retro gaming, some newer gaming, theme nights, such as Wild Wednesday or Don't Effing Touch Me Tuesday. I do some internet deep dives every now and then. If the mood strikes me, we'll go into full-on real talk sessions. So anytime you want to tune in, it's a great time. I don't have like an actual official, like these are the days I stream. It's mainly just when it works out for the week. But if you become a follower, you can be the first to know. So any other closing words, everybody, that you would like to impart upon our audience?
If it's something that you really want to do, stick with it. You hear no a lot of the time. It's like the most common thing you will hear, if not just nothing. But again, it's all a numbers game. Keep at it, make friends in the community, make friends outside of the community, and remember to have fun with it. Just most of all. Hey, Jess! This is actually a friend of mine from a vocal class that I took with Steve Bloom as our teacher, and she is amazing. Check out Jessica Rainville.
Oh, that's right. I forgot to mention the story of when I ended up basically. I had been at a class that Tony Oliver was teaching in Chicago, and after the class, we ended up talking for a while, like, walking through the halls or whatever and down the street. And finally, he's like, "Oh, wait, well, here's my hotel. I got to get taking off. So it's good talking to you." He goes in, and I'm kind of like, did I just follow Tony Oliver to his hotel? Like, this feels not okay. This feels really not okay. And I hung on to that for like 7 years until I ended up seeing him at a convention. And I talked to him there, and I was like, "So, hey, I just want to apologize. I don't know if you remember me." He's like, "Oh yeah, I remember you. Absolutely. Ryan, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, okay, cool. I don't know if it's cool that you remember me or not, considering." And I was like, "Yeah, so I just want to apologize if I like follow you to your hotel. Like, that feels really like," and he's like, "As I recall, I welcomed you to come walk with me and talk with me there. So you're totally fine." I'm like, "Oh, thank God." Because it is very easy, you guys, to cross that line to where people seem to forget that people are people and not just celebrity status. So just remember to treat everybody like a person. They have feelings, they have needs for privacy, etc.
And remember to test yourself. Professional voice actors can do about 2,000 different characters.
Yes.
Always try and catch an impression. Always try and listen. Always try and do your version of a character. Don't be Mark Hamill's Joker. Create your own Joker. Test yourself. And that way you will find you have an immense vocal range and not just doing impersonations or impressions of somebody else's work. That is key to becoming a performer.
I promised you when you first said remember to test yourself, I thought for sure you said remember to touch yourself. And I'm like, this is what? Where is this? What is this panel? All right. On that note, yeah, I think it's time for us to take our leave.
It was fun listening to you guys, though.
Oh, thank you, Willow. I was watching the faces run the gamut of emotions throughout.
All right, so I'm gonna post the link to both the Facebook and the YouTube for you guys to switch over. Yeah, currently the other panel's in play right now. So once we're done here, we'll switch over to the next feed. All right. You guys have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having us. Everybody take care of yourselves. All right. Be safe out there.